everyone! Welcome to the Forest of Memories. I'm Zaruk Windcaller, your guardian, High Remembrancer, Arbiter, Reminiscing Bard of Twilight, and currently Military Commander of Prussia. Hope you're all doing well today. Happy Monday to everyone, and especially those who are watching on YouTube, because this is a restream. We are a restream stream. We are actually doing this on YouTube as well as Twitch. So thank y'all very much for coming out. It means a lot that you're checking it out. Excuse me. But yes, we are back with more of Master of Command, where we are going to be marching into the final act of the Prussian campaign. The most difficult act of them all, actually. Unless, are we in Act 3? Yeah, we are in Act 3. Pretty sure. We'll find out. This is going to be difficult. Act 3 is the Act 3 is the hardest, as I've mentioned before. But I'll show y'all why. Okay, no, it's not. We still have to fight one more battle here against another army. Or no, this is the main headquarters army. Okay. So yeah, this is their headquarters army, and we're fighting them on the hills. So, let's see what we're up against. Okay, so this is a French and Austrian army. And we are up against... Ooh, the Lorraine Guard. Not bad. French veteran grenadiers... German Grenadiers, Fusiliers, Austrian Grenadiers, Fusiliers, Grenadiers, French Royal Cavalry, oh boy. So they brought their good heavy cab. And we've got, oh and goody, we've got Austrian cannons. You know, the thing that, great. So this is basically a oh shit moment, because not only did they bring an entire regiment of their of one faction's best cavalry, they also brought a regiment of the other faction's best artillery. Goody. The bane of our existence. Oh. Hey, Queen Kaiju, what's up? Been a while. How you doing, my Prussie? Yes. That would be Frederick the Great's Prussie, which I have to defend because God forbid he can't do it himself. Okay, so. Hey, Bruno guy, how you doing? So, here's the deal for those who do not understand why we are in danger. Okay, I've mentioned it a few times with this game, but I'll go over very quickly the strengths of the three factions at play here, starting with Prussia, the faction I'm playing as. The Prussians have the best heavy infantry in the game. The Prussian Grenadiers and their heavy infantry are some of the scariest dudes in the game. Well, actually, they are the scariest dudes in the game. In melee combat, they are downright terrifying, but of course they need to get there first. That's the thing. The Grenadiers have to get into combat. Now, we're going up against a combined French and Austrian force. This is where things get a little bad. Well, actually, very bad. Firstly, the French cavalry. The French have the best heavy cavalry in the game. Now remember, this is pre-Napoleon. This is before the American Revolution. France's cavalry is still some of the best in the world at the time. Now their infantry are pretty bad, but they make up for it with, like I said, with really good cavalry. And the French, this is French Royal Cavalry and French Gentleman Cavalry. So Gentleman Cavalry would be their, high-ranking officers, and then the Royal Cavalry, well, I don't think I need to explain what that is. That's the Royal Guard. You know, the king's personal men. Goody. Now, the Austrians have their cannons. The Austrians have the best cannons in the game, and these are veteran artillery crews. 4 whole battalions worth. Let's see, we got a 6-pound gun, a 8-pound Lycorn, and then, oh boy, I can't pronounce that, whatever, another 6-pounder. So, we're also outnumbered, right? Well, I'm used to that. So, on my side of things, we have, well, mostly an infantry army. The Prussian infantry is some of the best in the game. Like I've said, their cannons, though, are god-awful. Prussian cannons are bad. That's their weakness. The Prussian military had really good infantry, like some elite heavy infantry. Pretty good cavalry, but their cannons were lacking historically. They were never very good with using cannons. So, we've got basically, well, field artillery and a horse artillery unit, which is good. That means we can move them around if need be. But, well, we've got 3 units of cannons compared to their 4, which is not good. Yes, this is a French and Austrian combined force. For those who don't know why they're fighting together, this is the 7 Years' War. Essentially, it's Britain and Prussia versus everyone else. That everyone else being the Holy Roman Empire, Austria, Russia, and France. So, yeah, Prussia and Britain stand alone, and right now, Prussia, I very much feel what it's like to be standing alone. So, great. All right, so here's what I've got. Of course, Frederick the Great is back here leading the army, because of course he is. First Brigade, or First Regiment, or, yeah, Brigade. First Brigade is basically our standard line units. We have a group of veteran musketeers, some converged fusiliers, some more veteran musketeers, and then we have our veteran Jaegers, who are elite light infantry units. These guys are scary. Get them in a good position with cover, and they'll just start popping people left, right, and center with their rifles. But the trade-off is it takes them a while to reload their guns, so gotta be careful. Second Brigade is another unit of veteran musketeers. These guys a bit more experienced. Third Brigade is our Grenadier Brigade. This is actually the most elite unit I have in this army. And Third Brigade is, well, nothing but Grenadiers. They have muskets, but they're not meant for shooting. They are meant for melee. Like, these guys are designed to smash open lines and kill people with melee. Fourth Brigade is our cavalry unit. We have some okay cavalry. We've got some cuirassiers, some dragoons, and then another group of dragoons. I mean, they're not bad, but they're not good either. They have their place. And then finally, our artillery detachment, which is, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, like I said, it's Prussian artillery. It's not good. We're basically making up for it with good guns, basically, because our training is shit. Random question. Favorite robot or Robotnik or Eggman line in general? You know what they say, the more the merrier. And that's how I feel about having more units in this game. The more the merrier. Gun-wise, we have an 8-pound Lycorn, which is basically a howitzer. We have a big old 12-pound Lycorn, which is another big howitzer. It's going to burn through its ammo really quickly, though. And we finally have a 6-pounder. I am basically... What we're going to do with these guns is we're going to pick a good elevated position for them, and then I'm just going to single out specific targets and shoot them until they die. We're basically going to target anything of value and just start shooting. The whole point of the cannons is to single out high-value units and get them to break, so we don't have to deal with them. Now, enough talking. Let me look at the map. The problem is we're outnumbered, which means that I don't want to give them... Here's the thing about line warfare back then. If you give your enemy control of the battlefield, you're already playing at a disadvantage. Because letting them choose where they move and how they move is basically just handing them the battlefield. Unfortunately, we're outnumbered. So I don't really have, I don't really have the option to do a lot of big maneuvers or everything because they could just throw lots of guys at me and pin me down. So, yeah, control is everything. Now, this is also where the problem comes in. A lot of these units are very high value and are very high ranking. The Grenadiers especially. Those Grenadiers are going to be a problem. Grenadier AI is trained to basically fire 1 or 2 volleys and then rush you. Because they're heavy infantry. They're shock troopers. They're supposed to charge. So with that in mind, they put all the Grenadiers on their right flank. Which is actually correct. Back during this time period, the left side of your line, or in my case, the right side of their line, because I'm looking at them, the left side of the line was the place of honor, where you would put your most elite units. With that being the case, I'm definitely not putting my best units against theirs, because my guys are very difficult to replace. So instead, we're going to put our Grenadiers on the left, so we can deal with whatever's coming from that direction. I also noticed something. Hang on. We have a river here, which is, well, that's a river? And it just stops. Okay, weird. Anyway, it's still a barrier. Problem is, I can't really find a place to set up a a coordinated line. How I always play this game is that when I'm attacked, if we have to give ground, we'll like tighten the lines in on each other so we can support one another. But here, I'm gonna have to break my army up into pieces so we can basically stop whatever's, like, block every avenue of approach. So, all right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep the Grenadiers over on the left. That's where there are some tough units over there, but they're not other Grenadiers, which means we can actually break them if we concentrate them well enough. I'm also gonna put 1st Brigade, or so, yeah, 1st Brigade. Let me spread everyone out. Because here's the thing, the cannons, I want to get the cannons here on this hill. When we get the cannons on the hill, then that means we can actually engage what's coming a bit more effectively. Otherwise, I'd have to take this hill, and that's a bit too far from the action, you know? Now, granted, if I put my cannons up on that hill, we can't lose that hill. Because if we lose that hill, we're in trouble. So, I will take 1st Brigade, which does have, well, almost all of 1st Brigade. I'm not sending the Jaegers with them. I'm going to put the Jaegers in the town over here. The town will give them protection, and they'll be able to pick off anybody that starts getting close. So yeah, 1st Brigade takes... 1st Brigade will be set up... Whoops. There we go. 1st Brigade will be set up right here. Might even put them, like, right over here somewhere for cover. And then 2nd Brigade, I'll spread out through here, basically, up in this area. Now, granted, that does mean that our entire right flank is exposed, but that's why I'm going to have some of the cavalry over there to fight off anyone who tries to overrun the Jaegers. Again, we just don't have the manpower. I can't fill every single gap. But that's okay. This day and age was all about movement and control. So, make sure I get everything together here. I want the cannons to get on that hill so we can start shooting ASAP. Because once we get up there, I already know what some of my targets are. My targets are going to be some of their elite cavalry, if they come into range. And I'm also going to take shots at some of their grenadiers. It's mainly the cavalry that scares me. The French, I can deal with getting hit by the cannons. Like, sure, it's deadly, but we can deal with it. But the cavalry? The French heavy cavalry? No. Those guys will cut right through us. So I need to deal with them. Now, normally back in this time period, you would also have a reserve of some kind. Unfortunately, every one of my units has to go to the line. So I don't really have a reserve. Well, I say that. Technically, there is one reserve I could send in. You guys stay over there. There's going to be a huge gap right here in this part of the line. But that's okay. I'll deal with it. We'll deal with it as it comes. My main concern is there is no cover. There is no cover here. There's some cover, but there's not enough cover to form a battle line on, which means we are just going to get pounded by cannons over and over. All right. Let's see. I paused it so I can get into position. How effed are we? Hi, Wolfie. I want to say hi before break's over. Well, I appreciate it. Well, we're not super screwed, but we are kind of screwed. If I don't counter these maneuvers properly, or I don't get set up, we're in trouble. But we'll see how that goes. I'm pretty sure I can handle it. All right, let's get our men right here. The hill will help. The hill will boost their accuracy. Now, we are moving up, which means I want the Jaegers into the town. Yeah, set up in a skirmish formation in the town and get the cavalry behind them. Now, skirmishers, like light infantry, do attract the enemies, the AI, to charge them. And if those guys get charged, they're basically up shit creek. So, can't let that happen. All right, in the meantime, the Grenadiers. There's an entire elite French unit coming this way. And I want them to start floundering in the water. There's a river right here. If we can get them to wander into the water, there's no cover, and water weakens your men. It actually lowers their morale by a lot. So if we can get them in there, it'll be a lot easier to kill them. Especially because French infantry morale shatters really easily. Now, granted, these are elite units, like the Lorraine Guard. Oh, what nice light blue uniforms. You guys are really easy to spot. They're also fast, too. Good grief. But yeah, we need to get into position. The one thing they don't have that I'm noticing is they don't have a supply train or supply wagon. I do. So their artillery might run out of ammo before mine does. Which is great, but, well, yeah. Once we're in position and everything's lined up, I'll take another look at the battlefield and kind of come up with how we're going to swing this. All right. You may fire when ready, Gridley. For now, I just want the cannons to fire on their own. They can hit whatever they want right now. I'll start singling out targets once the enemy gets close. For now, if they're in range, just start shooting. Okay. And our Jaegers are here in position. Spread out a bit, guys. Oh, cannons are firing. Good. Now, during the age of line warfare, artillery was already terrifying enough, but the scary thing about cannons is that, well, it's not fun watching one of your buddies get ripped in half by a 12-pound ball. So, units that constantly get hit by artillery in this game do start to panic and break pretty easily. But again, they have to be under constant attack. Alright. Let's see. Now, let's see what kind of moves they make. Alright, their artillery is firing back, as expected. And they detach the cavalry to watch it. Huh. Not a bad idea. Okay, pause. Let's see what we're working with. Okay, one very slow group of Fusiliers taking up their flank. Most of the Grenadiers have already closed the distance and are getting in kind of close. But that's fine. The veteran Musketeers will be able to handle that, hopefully. Also, this unit... Yeah, this unit's been... well, this unit's had the cannons work them over. And they're still marching. Grenadiers are scary. That has their general in it. We may switch... Actually, you know what? That's a good idea. Everyone shoot them. They got their general in there. Kill him. Okay, it also looks like... Yeah, most of the cavalry's in reserve right now. Except that unit. That's over here on the left flank. Okay. This is actually pretty smart on them. They basically made it so they're mirroring my positions, but they're also pressing what advantages they have. With these Grenadiers here, they're pressing. So I will have to match... I'll have to press on my own once we get an opportunity. What I want to do is I want to kill these 3 units here at this French left flank. So, like, the Lorraine Guard, which is like an elite unit. But if we kill them, we can swing the Grenadiers around and basically close up the entire line. Of course, the cavalry are still going to be an issue. Grenadiers can fight cavalry, but they're still going to get mauled for it. And if my Grenadiers break... Actually, let's not think about that. Let's not think about what happens if my Grenadiers break and run. Let's not think about that. How can you... Lorraine Guard. How can you tell, sir? Because of the light blue, Sergeant. Yeah? Alright, we are engaging. Let's see if we can't help out a little bit. Those guys are taking a while to get here, so let's move the cavalry up and along with the Jaegers so we can support our lines. Those Jaegers that I have rifles, which is going to make them very effective. You guys wait. Those are Grenadiers. Let them get close. May have to move up the line a little bit. All right. Now, it may look like we're just fighting. It's a straight line fight, but they have the maneuver. They can maneuver right now. I'm watching everything. Oh, these Jaegers, though. Good grief, guys. Keep shooting. That's great. Those rifles do work. All right, here come the Lorraine Guard and some Grenadiers who have to cross the water. Where's that cavalry going? Wait, target of opportunity. Get that cavalry. It's literally angled toward us. Fire. Like, marching like that, a cannonball will scythe right through the unit. Yeah, just shoot them. That's the Royal Guard. Take a few pot shots at them. All right. Oh God! Yeah, that was one. That was two. A few cannonballs. They've already lost a sixth of their unit. Nice job, boys. Keep it up. Oh, yep. And there goes one of those Grenadier units running from the Jaegers. Because again, Jaegers are sharpshooters. Uh-oh. Wait, where's that coming from? Oh, these guys. It's this unit. Okay. Oh, it's the unit the cannons have been shooting at. All right. I heard that charge. I'm like, wait, where's that coming from? Okay, hang on. Okay, so they are charging. They might break the line, actually. Hang on. Careful with those cannonballs, idiots! Don't hit our own guys. Careful, you moron! I said across her nose, not up it! Ah, I see what they're doing. All right, let's pull back the Jaegers. Yep, they broke the line, so I got to get in there. Those Fusiliers might come back, but right now I need to break this Grenadier unit. Come on, shatter, 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 shatter. Please. Got him. All right, good. That unit's done for. Pull him back. Pull back. You guys, get back on the line. All right, hang on. Oh, hey! Jojo, thank you for the Reese for subbing for 14 months. Thank you so much. It means a lot. Welcome. All right, back on the line. Get the Dragoons back in place. And I see what's happening now. Yep, here comes the Royal Guard, and here comes those Fusiliers. So I will let my Jaegers handle that. Meanwhile... Also, I'm just going to be real with y'all. These Royal Cav are going to murder my my Dragoon detachments. They're about to get slaughtered. Because, yeah, no. That's the elite of the elite cavalry detachment. Like, they're going to murder me. But we need to stop them. So... Yeah, no, they're slaughtering us. Yep, thought so.
The Dragooners got gooned.
Yeah, but now there goes their cavalry riding away from the rifles. Which is what I wanted, so... Okay, those Dragoons are gone. I can't bring them back. They won't be back in time. What the hell? Why didn't you break? Kill them! There they go. Let them go. Right, here comes another cavalry detachment. Yeah, that's the cavalry unit that got worked over by the cannons. Hang on. Quick, boys, set up. Put those rifles to work. Meanwhile, on the other side of the line... Okay, they are... Uh-oh. They are starting to press on the center. We need to start swinging this. Okay. Time for the plan. Bayonets. Bayonets. Do something about that. Meanwhile, you guys... Yeah. Swing it. Need to save these guys from getting overrun. Oh, you guys didn't run. Get back here then. Rifles picking off the Royal Cav. And yeah, they won't break for a minute, but that's okay. All right, we are pressing over here. We got to break them though. Got to break the unit. Get in there. All right, one unit shattered. Pull back. Pull back. Let them go. All right, did we break them? Yes, we did. Good. Pull back. Pull the Dragoons back. All right, so that we broke the right flank is broken, which is where I would normally take advantage, but I got mauled, so I have no reserves to send into the action. But what I do have is a fresh elite cavalry division that's just been waiting for the opportunity to kill something. Just in time, too. The center just broke. They're retreating. All right, pull back. Let them have the line. You guys are going to get shot up. Problem is we had to cross the water, and that's exhausted our guys. Go. So yeah, the problem with the Grenadier charge is that once it gets into the water and gets exhausted, the guys are too tired to react. So... Alright, boys. Let's show them what these Q.Seers can do. Get in there. My most elite cavalry unit. Had these guys since the beginning of the campaign. Alright, one of their Grenadier units is reforming. Oh, God, the cannons. We might just do this. If we can break the whole... what happens in this game is that if every unit starts running... Yeah. If every unit starts running, then it's an automatic victory for you. Looks like most of their units are running, which is good. But I need to reform my Grenadiers because they're trying to press again. Ah, shit. Enemy cav. Not good. Yeah, my guys are exhausted. Yeah, they're gonna get driven away. Crap. Alright. Jaegers are running out of ammunition. Just great. All right, we need to drive off that cavalry. Oh, there they go. That was easy. Oh, this is turning into a bloodbath. There's no strategy left here anymore. It's just a knockdown, drag-out fight. No, let him go. No, no, no. You guys stay put. I need the cavalry. Come on, shatter, shatter, shatter. Good. Okay. This is good. We still have 2 units of cavalry that can now drive off the enemy. Put these grenadiers back here. I don't want to lose them. They're too valuable. Alright, so the grenadiers are out there charging into emplacements, and while they're distracting the enemy, let's be real, that's what they're doing, the cavalry will take care of their cannons. And we need to move quickly. Yep, there goes another unit, shattered. Alright, now please, pull back. We're basically committed at this point. I'm stuck in. Get them, boys. Cannon crews panic as soon as they start getting attacked, so... Yep, retreating. Yep, retreating. Retreating. So those guys are running away. There's another one. Alright. Let the artillery go. What's left? Oh, right. This unit on the Lorraine Guard is still over there. Still fighting on, surprisingly. Thought you guys would have given up by now. Well, then again, I guess the Guard doesn't surrender. Alright, there is still a unit of the French Gentlemanly Cavalry left. And then I think... Yeah, that's it. The Lorraine Guard and the one of the units of French Heavy Cav are still here. We're gonna have to do something about that. Those guys are sprinting. They're gonna run out of morale. Or run out of stamina. Yeah, they're full on sprinting. Don't know where they're going so fast. Alright, where are you guys going? Come here! I'm afraid you've gone the wrong way. There we go. Got him. Not bad. Only 2 of my units routed. Which is good. All of theirs did, but even if they didn't, my guys didn't rout, they still got...
I think this calls for a little history lesson.
Famous last stands in history? Hang on a sec. I need to answer this. I'll be right back. Hang on. I'm back now. I apologize. That was I was one of the lead HR members for the company I'm going to be working for with my new job. She is super nice, and she was basically telling me, hey, everything's, gone through. We apologize for taking so long to get you that start date, but we should have it by the end of the week. So, yay. So, yeah, I told her there's not many HR people would do that, Not many people would go out of their way to keep you up to date on stuff. So, that's cool of her. Anyway, to answer your question, famous last stands, I personally think the coolest last stand, or the best one, is the last stand at Sarigari, where the Indian Sikh infantry were outnumbered 15-1 and still held their ground anyway, which is a really cool story. I also like the story of the, I'm trying to remember, it's the Polish unit. I forgot what unit they are, but Sabaton made a song about them, the 40-1 song, which is really cool. Baptized in Fire, 40-1. Let me think. And then probably the other last is the, I'm trying to think of another one. Probably another last stand that I can think of in history that I really like is the, and it didn't turn out to be a last stand, but many guys thought it was going to be, was the Battle of Castle Iter, where American troops and German soldiers fought off the Waffen-SS, which, again, wasn't a last stand, but it got pretty bad, and guys were thinking that they probably were all gonna die. But yeah, so there's that. Anyway, victory at Udenberg. So now we need to choose what we're gonna do, because remember, we're about to start the next act. So I want, I think the money would be nice, but we can get money and ammunition. No, conscript those guys. I'm gonna need to replace my losses. Like a lot. Okay, nice. So, restock with ammunition and resupply the men, which will take time. We burned through a lot of our ammo doing that too. All right, you are our, let's see, officer command radius. No. None of these are very good. That works. Meticulous. There. Okay. And a lot of our guys leveled up, which is nice. But the main thing is that that's the end of Act 2. And now, hell is coming. Because you see, it's about to get... you guys know that joke of the Russian guy, like, you think this is bad? It's about to get worse. Yeah, it's about to get worse. And I'll explain why. Just looking over my stuff real quick. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Okay, so choose your doctrine. Light infantry tactics, reload speed, or shoot and scoot, which is reload speed up, fire damage received, minus 5%. Foreign advisors, combat effectiveness up 5%, army experience gained, minus 10%. No, let's go with shoot and scoot. Okay, final choice. So, do we protect Silesia and get an option to get Prussian Grenadiers? We can also live off the land, which doubles our foraging effectiveness, which is really good. We can raid Austria, which will give us Prussian cuirassiers, and then we can also get, we'll have to raid some settlements, but that'll give us reductions doctrine is acquired. And then finally, invade Bohemia, which will give us Prussian dragoons. We'll also have to capture 4 forts to get the pillager ability. Loot from pillaging and winning battles +2. Do you want me to take 4 forts doing that? No. I think we're gonna go with protect Silesia. Mainly because Prussian Grenadiers... Yeah, the convoy thing, living off the land, this is really useful. Living off the land means that when we forage for food, it's, we actually, when we're in the foraging stance, the effectiveness is double, which means we'll be running out of food a lot slower. We're gonna go with this one, protect Silesia. So remember I said we're going to hell? Yeah, I meant it. Welcome to Act 3. General, the country ahead has been put to the torch. Storehouses are empty, mills are broken, wells fouled, and what little remains is dear to buy. Morale will suffer in this barren ground. Proceed with extreme caution. The enemy has posted their best troops here to force a decisive engagement and end the war. Choose your ground carefully, and press hard when you find the enemy's main body. Beat them here, and the war is won. You've carried the army this far. Hold firm, and you'll finish it. So, here's how this works. First of all, you might be thinking, what the hell happened? They burned everything. That's what happened. And desolation. Supplies at settlements, down 20%. All settlements start pillaged, and all settlements have negative conditions, which means there are no positive benefits to us. The General, the caches have long been stripped bare, but a detachment of hussars lingers in the area, unwilling to stand idle. They offer to ride out and seize whatever resources we need most, be it coin, powder, rations, or recruits. The risk is theirs, but it will take time, a few days at least, before they return, assuming they do. No, we need ammunition. So, yeah. From now on, every area, every single one is basically pillaged, which means we will get no benefits from them. They're all just going to hurt us in the long run. Yeah, it's scorched earth tactics. Auxiliary camp. Your Grace, we've come upon a rear camp established upon ground recently taken from the enemy. Several groups of irregulars, locals, and auxiliaries and men of various border regions have gathered here in hopes of joining our cause. Depending on who we choose to rally, we may raise a force of Freikorps, Hungarian volunteers, Cossacks, or other recruits suited to this theater. The men are ready, if we'll have them. So we can get Freikorps, which are the Prussian Freikorps units, the Gronzers, who are sharpshooters, Cossacks, exactly what you think they are, Russian light cav, Germans, the old reliable, so, you know, subsidy recruit regiment, which is like the Hanoverian, Hessian, that kind of thing. And then Frenchmen. I may regret this. No, we want the Gronzers. Yeah, we want Gronzer recruits. Gronzers, I'll show you guys. Gronzers can become sharp, I believe. Yes, they can become Gronzer sharpshooters. These guys are scary. Like, their base accuracy is 60. Which means if you give them accuracy boosting items and rifles, it means every shot will be a kill. And how many men are in the unit? Oh yeah, 600! So, or like, sorry, no, that's a manpower cost. So, again, I think it's like between 100 to 200 men who are sharpshooters. Yeah. Or sorry, no, it is 600 guys. That means every shot could do anywhere between 1 to 600 kills with every shot. Yes, please. But we need to train them up first. Yeah, can you imagine the pressure upon reading the last words of that letter? Yeah, I don't want to think about it. Okay, so we've got some stuff to sell. Let's see. Fewer items at shops. That's fine. We'll start here. Now, the purchase prices do go up, but that's okay. We'll make do. Berkersdorf. What do you got? Okay, so this is Act 3, where everything is going to be excellent quality. So everything is gold level quality, but it's also stupidly expensive. So you got to be careful. I'm mainly just going to sell the stuff I don't need. And then I'm going to buy infantry hangars. Max range. No, let's go with the let's go with that and go with that. Thank you. Okay. Now there is a barracks here, and by Act 3, this is where you're going to be able to buy like really good units, but meh. I want those grenades, though. We do need grenades for our grenadiers. Grenades also serve another purpose. Grenades help you take forts more easily. Duh. But regardless, that's what's going on there. So, these poor Freikorps, these Gronzer recruits are going to need better muskets. We can buy muskets for them, but again, they're going to be expensive and, well, yeah. Also, in Act 3, all of the enemy units, like armies you fight, are terrifyingly powerful. So you gotta be careful. Fleeing refugees. Sir, a ragged procession of civilians is making its way westward. No arms among them, only wagons laden with household goods, children in tow, and hollow-eyed men watching the roads. We may choose to escort them to safety. It will cost us time, but some may join our cause in gratitude. If instead we plunder their carts, we may lose more than we gain, for not all in our army will abide such conduct. No, we'll escort them. It's fine. We're not monsters unless we have to be. All right, we're in a town. We're in a big city now, so let's see if we can find anything. Gunsmiths. All right, so I need great melee, poor accuracy, excellent melee, poor range. Do you have rifles? No, they don't. Okay. Those are cool carbines. No, I need, all right, we want Yonkelping muskets, which is good for melee. Yeah, excellent melee. We'll take them. Because we can give that to our, we can give those to our grenadiers. Hey, I've got some stuff I can give you. There. Thank you. What else you got? I don't want anything from the barracks. Quartermaster? Really? Outer house? Ugh. Yeah, stuff we're all familiar with. I need to find some rifles. Again, probably not going to find many because rifles are really rare. So, all right, let's start clearing these encampments, though. Oh, hello, a patrol army. Where are you going? Out of Glop. Okay, we've got them outnumbered. This is a Austro-Hungarian army. We have them greatly outnumbered and outgunned. Some of these, well, I say that. Most of these guys are grenadiers, so heavy infantry, and they've got a few hussars here and there. The main thing is that we have basically five brigades to their 3, which I do need to get. At some point, I do need to get some additional guys and get another cannon. So we need to have at least one full regiment of cannons. Sorry, brigade. Like, I want my 5th brigade to be nothing but cannons. All right. Now, it'd be great if we could get Austrian cannons, but that requires recruiting foreign troops. So, all right. Okay, so they do have horse grenadiers. Those are a thing? Hold on. Horse grenadiers are a thing. Not gonna lie, I did not know that. I thought grenadiers were just a standard infantry unit. I didn't know horse grenadiers actually existed. Okay. Well, they've got a few, actually. Yeah. 3 units of hussars and 2 units of grenadier cav. That's a little concerning. Not concerning enough that I'm gonna back off, but still, that's a little concerning. All right. Now, with that much cavalry, we need to make sure we stay very close together because, well, obviously, since they've got the cavalry, they'll have full advantage of maneuvering around the battlefield. But I just noticed there's a river here. There is a river literally separating both armies. This is good. This literally means that we can get them to wander into the water and take shots at them while they're stuck there. That's good. Also, crossing the river will exhaust their men. So what we'll do is we'll set up some of our forces, we'll anchor our forces here in this field and on this village for the right. The center will be here on this hill where we can put our artillery. And then the left, I'll put some sharpshooters and other things to take shots at guys as they cross the river. Now, they're going to get across. God forbid that they stop. No, they're going to get across. They will very much get across that river. But in the meantime, I'm going to be taking pot shots at them. So, let's see. Yeah, 1st Brigade takes this area and the hill for the cannons. The Jaegers are going to go over here and watch this area if anyone trying to cross the river. Need to get them better rifles. Now here's the main thing. I would prefer not to cross the river, because if we cross the river, we're basically exhausting our men. So what I want instead to happen is for them to throw their guys across the river at us, have them exhaust themselves, and then run back across the river to escape, which will not only exhaust them further, but it will also mean that it'll be harder for them to get their morale back, because they'll be exhausted and well, they're getting shot at the same time. So, let's see. Yeah, 1st Brigade. That's there. I'm also going to send 2nd Brigade over here. Yeah, 2nd Brigade can help hold this area too. These Gronzer recruits need experience anyway. So I'll put them with the Jaegers. Cavalry in the center. They have no cannons. We have cannons. They don't. So we will be very effective here. But I still want to watch, just watch the map just in case they get any ideas. Where's that supply wagon? Yeah, there it is. The supply train. We're going to need that for the cannons. All right, aside from that, that means that the Grenadiers hold the right flank, which at first may sound like a bad idea because they're melee infantry, they're shock infantry, they're not meant to hold a line. But, well, I was going to say that, they can hold if they need to, but then again, let's swap things up. I'll send 2nd Brigade over here. I'm keeping the Gronzer recruits over there, though. Yeah, you guys are new. You need to stay over here. But the Grenadiers can take the left, mainly because if they're crossing the river, we could throw grenades at them, which will be funny. But 2nd Brigade... Yeah, but 2nd Brigade needs to hold the town. And these are veteran musketeers. I am not worried about them at all. Some of them broke in the last battle, but that's because they were getting attacked by Grenadiers, which is always terrifying. So, I'll also send some of the cavalry to support them. All right. One quick thing. Form into attack column so we can move faster. All right. Okay. So, first things first, get the cannons up on the hill. And then we'll also get the supply train up there so we can keep them equipped. I want these veteran Jaegers in the town, like using the town as cover, spread out to shoot at anything that tries to cross. And meanwhile, these recruits, I literally just conscripted them, basically. They're basically fresh off the boat. They have really crappy muskets and rusted bayonets, but consider this a job initiation. If you live, great, you get the job. If you die, well, at least you went down swinging. So I will also reinforce the Jaegers with the Grenadiers, who will basically be charging into anyone who crosses the river. And then 1st Brigade. Yeah, 1st Brigade. I want you guys here on the hill, basically stopping anyone from getting any ideas. That means that the Dragoons cover the center, and 2nd Brigade, well, part of 2nd Brigade, and our cuirassiers guard the right. Let's see. There we go. And now we wait. Back from my eye appointment, no changes, but got what I need to renew my license. That's good. Artillery unlimbered and firing. Okay. Now, if they were smart, which I'm gonna imagine they are, then they would basically be trying to ride around this side and jump me with their cavalry because they can cross over here. The cavalry can cross this bridge. I've left this bridge unguarded because, one, I'd have to march over there to secure it, and which would leave me really stretching my line. But if they could get all their cavalry across this bridge, then I couldn't be the right flank would not be able to hold them. But I don't think they're going to do that. Instead, they're just going to keep marching over here. All of the cannons are taking pot shots at them. Great idea, guys. Genius. Ah. Okay, so they are doing what I... Well, no. Never mind. They're actually just going to cross the river with their units. Okay. Whatever. Boys, get up there and stop them. If they try to cross the river, just shoot them. Oh, yeah, they're very much going to try to cross the river. That's fine. At least I think they are. What are they doing? Are you guys going to ride all the way to the edge of the map? Yeah, I guess so. Looks like they're going to ride all the way to the edge of the map. Oh, nope, never mind. They're coming over here. They're coming over this way. I see. Okay. Again, this will exhaust their army by having to cross this river. Where are they going? Hang on. Yeah, we're getting shot at. Hang on. Reform. Yeah, they're actively just trying to ride around us. Guys, it doesn't work like that. Seriously. Yeah, they're actively just trying to just hug the map border. Literally like how a human player would do it against if they wanted to cheese the AI. And the question is, will they charge? Probably. Yep. Shoot them. Yeah, that plan didn't work out very well, did it? But they did mess up my cuirassiers. What the fuck? How did you get your morale back so fast? Ah, fucking hussars. Yeah, fun fact, by the way, Zaruk's most hated unit in this game is the hussars. Because the hussars basically say, morale, what morale? Shoot them. Yeah, those Gronza recruits just broke. Makes sense. Wait, no, those aren't the recruit. Oh, shit, Cab. Damn it. Damn it. I wasn't paying attention. Damn it. It's my fault. I should have been paying attention. What in the absolute fuck? Stop them! What are you doing? Stop them! Don't just let them run right past us. It's a unit literally skirting the lines trying to get to the artillery. I'm actually pissed off and impressed. Damn, these guys are literally the embodiment of fuck it, we ball. Like, they're outnumbered, and, you know, outnumbered, can't win in a straight-up fight, but they just decide, screw it, we're just gonna throw ourselves at you. Because if we can't win, you're not going to win either. Or at least if you do win, we're going to make you bleed for it. Ah. Crap, they're coming back. Are you kidding me? Yep. Remember how I said the Hussars are annoying? Yeah, here they come again. They literally, we shattered them for like 5 seconds, and now they're coming back. Can you guys just break, please? Thank you. Damn Hussars. Some of the scariest units, like, and again, Hussars. Oh, wow, we had an ad going on and I didn't notice it. Sorry. So, yeah, Hussars are scary. Like, extremely scary. Get him, boys. That's more like it. There we go. Another shatter. Good grief. Only guys holding out now are these guys. Note to self, do not suffer not the Hussar to live. And those are Grenadiers. There they go. Okay. God, that was, for a skirmish, that was bloody. Oh well. I guess we stopped them. Thanks for the money. Good job, boys. We're still foraging, so we can cut down on our food drop. Night raid. Your Grace, enemy encampment lies ahead. It's tense, dimly lit, and guards posted. A swift assault under cover of darkness could catch them unprepared. If we hesitate, they'll have time to muster their full strength by morning. Ready the men to close in with bayonets. Got him. Nice. Got some good weapons and some money. Always good. Check these other encampments before we do anything. Now, we are moving slowly, but that's because we're foraging for supplies while we move. We're going to have to drill you guys at some point, because you guys need experience. Alright, feed these guys. I don't leave men to die. Alright, no. We're just gonna, let's see, take some supplies and leave. And we got some more Grenadiers! Always nice to have. Granted, these guys are brand new, so not a problem, but again, I don't really have the gear to give them at the moment. Well, I kind of do. Main thing for Grenadiers is morale and stamina. And movement speed, I guess. Doesn't matter if they can't shoot. I'm not worried about that. What I want them to do is close in with their bayonets and start stabbing. These guys already have a pretty good setup for what it is, so. All right. Let's go pop into this little town. Now, we do get additional recruits by going from place to place because we're playing as the Prussians. Do you have any good guns? Neustadt, Delft, Suhl, Charleville, Land Pattern, Delft, Tula. Oh, good. Tula muskets. Yeah, but I want the Swedish ones. They're better with melee. Oh, good. Jaeger rifles. Thank you. Thank God. Give me that. Give me those. I'll take them. And for those who don't know why I'm excited, it is because, well, yeah, Jaeger rifles. They're rifles. Thank you. All right, where are those? There they are. Okay, you guys get the really good ones. There you go. No, you guys need one of these, don't you? There you go. Okay. Sorry, I'm just making sure that all of my, I want to make sure that all of my, grenadiers have really good stuff. Here, you guys get good you don't need that bayonet. Here's a good rifle. I'm going to give you this thing, which gives you a cover bonus and boosts your range, which is always good. Here's the thing. You need something to boost their reload speed. Because that's the tricky part with rifle units. And with, especially with light, these guys are good because I've boosted their, I've majorly increased their reload speed. But Jaegers are, well, sharpshooters. They're marksmen, so they take their time with their shots. So you really got to make sure that you get them lined up. Well, sorry, so they get lined up. But if I boost their reload speed with items, that makes it easier. You guys are fine over here. Okay, what do we got? No. They are selling cannons, but honestly, the cannons haven't really done anything for me lately. I mean, they're good to have, but they're not, like, helping that much. Musicians. Morale and melee damage. That would actually come in handy. Yoink. Good field musicians. Okay, for now, I think we're all right. Well, hang on. Accuracy. Yeah, let's get some stuff for the men. There we go. Wait, did I not buy that stuff? Go back. Yeah, there we go. And I can sell you guys some of this stuff. It's not like I need it. There we go. Now, this is hemorrhaging money on us, but, I mean, at this point, yeah, we kind of, well, yeah, I'm not really worried about it at this point. There we go. This is for accuracy. There you go. Yeah, there's your accuracy up. And then I'm also going to give you a... All right, you've already got that. So we'll wait for that. And then you guys, here is a... The morale. Yeah, there we go. Good. Okay. Let's get marching. We've done what we can here. I'm gonna buy some ammunition from y'all. Okay, moving on. We still need to secure more convoys. Let's see if we can find some. There's a fort and a defensive army. Ooh. Well, let's see if we can't do something about the fort. Aha! Guten Morgen! Captured them while they were just at the planning table. Alright, what do you guys got? Any, Swedish ones? Nah, just some good bayonets, though. Yeah, some really good bayonets. I'll take them. Nothing really sticks out in the staff college, so... Alright. Now, if I wanted to be a dick, I could burn this place. I could burn some of these places to the ground for their money, but why would I do that? Yeah, let them go. We need supplies so I can drill my men a bit. Some of these guys need experience. Traveling merchants. There's a large escort. You? Of course. Well, I mean, it's already burning, so... Yeah, at this point, I don't care. And any patrol army they send against me will not be big enough. Thank you! We still need to secure some convoy locations, so... A fresh battleground. We've come upon the field of a recent engagement. The bodies have not yet cooled, and scattered equipment litters the ground, sir. Nah, recover the equipment. We need the equipment more than we need the men. We'll get more men. We get more men just by going from town to town. Your Grace, among the outskirts of a ruined farmhouse, one of our men discovered a small dachshund. Muddy, thin, but alert, he took to the regiment at once, marching beside the column and barking at every passing horse. The men have already begun fashioning him a uniform. Shall we keep him on as a mascot? Yes, we shall. Adopt a dachshund mascot. Aww. Cute. Small in stature, boundless in spirit, lifts morale and sharpens the eyes as if its bark carried farther than the musket balls. That's actually adorable. That's cute. Doggy. All right. I seriously doubt you guys have much to offer. Yeah, not really much. I can sell you some of this stuff, though. There you go. All right. We will start drilling our men once, you know, for training. Once I get some more, once we get some more ammunition. And I also want to get the foraging ability so we can, you know, once we're done marching or drilling, we won't be losing as much food. The duel. No, screw that. I'm not dueling you. Duels are only a way for your officers to get hurt, and I'm not doing that. I can't afford that right now. You mind? Go away. I want to check that convoy. Go away. Thank you. Let's see. Take on volunteer. No, ransom the prisoners. Money. Money's more important than men right now. You have anything good? Carbines, more muskets, Potsdam muskets, Neustadt. Nah. They do have some socket bayonets, but not really what I'm looking for. Jaeger Grenadiers. Ah. I'm hoping we'll find some, I'm hoping we'll find another unit to recruit that will give us, some more cannons. I will take that treatise on both of those on reloading, though. That'll come in handy. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah, oops, didn't mean to do that. The reloading thing, the reloading treatise will help us, will help our guys burn through less ammo, basically, when they're firing. There we go. And it'll speed up how long it takes them, which is good. Well, because we don't want them wasting time. I want them to be constantly firing. And then you guys get a dog mascot, because I'm feeling very generous today. There you go. Now you get a dog mascot. Of course, the Jaegers, with their rifles should get a dog mascot. They're hunters, after all. Jaeger means hunter in German. Okay. We're done here. Ladies and gentlemen of Laban, you have been very kind to me. Unfortunately, the war effort remains, and unfortunately, I'm afraid I'm going to need everything you have. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at your Austrian overlords who didn't try to protect you better. Not my fault. Now, I will be the first to say, if I did have to resort to this as a general, if I had to resort to my men plundering like that, I would have some very strict rules about it. It would literally be, if it were my call, it'd be like, okay, look, you can take money, you can take whatever, but if I catch any of you, you know, hurting, you know, killing people for fun, or especially graping, I'm having you executed. We don't do that. We're only doing it because we need the resources, not because we're monsters. Oh, great. Okay, it's another Austrian force, and this time they brought cannons. Lovely. Okay. And this is a hunting force, so yeah, it's a field army. They're looking for us. Well, okay, so I'm looking now. The main trade-off is that it's a weak army, mainly because they didn't bring a lot of infantry, only 2 brigades of infantry. They've got good cavalry, hussars, and they brought a lot of artillery with them, which, yeah, that's bad, but I mean, I've got a lot of infantry, so we'll see how it goes. Excuse me. Okay. Making my thing pulled up here. All right. So, again, we have the infantry advantage, which is good for now. For now. Oh, and great. We even have a hill already. Awesome. That makes it even better. So we can just set up our guns and get to blasting. So anyway, I started blasting. Bow, bow. Yeah, that's basically what this whole thing's gonna be. I was lucky I had my pieces. Your pieces? My guns! Alright. So, this new Grenadier unit that we've got, they are fresh off the boat, basically. They're still Grenadiers, which is good, but they're gonna need some training. So, the best way to train a Grenadier unit is throw them right into the battle. So we will be forming an attacking column, and the Grenadiers will march down the right, heading right for the enemy. Now, they do have cannons, which is bad, but I think we can handle it. The main thing is that we need to wait for the enemy to get here. And when they do, I can swing the Grenadiers in. We can start marching. In the meantime, we basically need to hold our ground. So, you recruits who are brand new to this, you and the Jaegers will be set up in the village to start taking pot shots at people. Meanwhile, as usual, oh, that's, yeah, never mind. That's our cavalry, which is fine. Cavalry here in the center, just to protect everything. Meanwhile, 2nd Brigade, as always, 2nd Brigade stands in the middle to shield the artillery from anyone who's stupid enough to try to get close. Now, granted, I am going to march up the line. I don't want to be just set up here, because then they've got cannons, too. We need to actually spread out a bit. So I'm going to put the veteran Jaegers probably somewhere in here. Quick movement, high jump, lower front. Yeah, and you guys are in line formation. It's slower, but, I mean, those rifles are good, but you actually need to, you know, shoot with them. All right. So, 1st Brigade sets up here, watching the road, basically. I want our sharpshooter, our light infantry in the center, mainly just to take pot shots. Also going to put the Jaegers, like, right here, because they can do the most damage there. Then 2nd Brigade, or rather, the part of it that, you know, without its light infantry detachment, will form up right here. Now, this does mean that these recruits are in the center of the line, and if they start getting pressed, they will most definitely break. But having them in the center means that they'll gain experience quickly, which is what I want. And they're in the town, which will shield them from a lot of damage. And finally, that leaves the Grenadiers, who are going to have to do, well, like usual, the Grenadiers are going to do a lot of the heavy lifting, because that's what they do. I'm also going to break some of the cavalry off to the right, because I know we've seen it happen. They love to flank around our lines. So, also love how the cannons actually look like the actual pieces of equipment. Now, we don't have any great... Oh, well, okay, we do have canister shot, but canister shot's low range, and it also burns through your ammunition really quickly. So, meh. We'll switch to it if they get really close. Which, they will, but still. Yeah, it's way too close. And now we wait. Now these recruits, like I said, they've got rifles, so they will not. It will take them a minute to. It'll take them 40 seconds to reload their weapons. However, they've got really good accuracy. So if these guys shoot, yeah, that shot. There's 1,200 of them, by the way. Recruits or not. That's really good accuracy for a bunch of recruits, and with rifles, no less? Yeah, they're gonna hurt. You guys are taking your sweet time. You want to hurry it up? Any day now, please. Thank you. All right, here they come. If these guys were faster, I'd run them up onto this hill to do some to do some skirmishing, but they're not quick enough for that. Now, let's see what they do. Nothing yet. Now, they will outrange us with their cannons. They've got more range than we do. Well, almost. Actually, no, I've got better range. But my guys are also further ahead, so... Come on. What are you gonna do? Well, if you're just gonna wait, then I'll take the initiative. Let's go. Now, this is dangerous. Moving the Grenadiers up on their own basically means that they could be cut off and picked apart. However, they've got their army so tightly packed together, it really doesn't matter. And now the cannons are firing. I want these recruits to hold their fire, though. Wait till the enemy gets close. Ooh. Wait. Let him get closer. All right, boys, let those rifles fire. Ooh! Damn, that was almost a sixth of the unit wiped out in one volley. Now they gotta reload. Meanwhile, my Jaegers are, well, kicking the shit out of theirs. Switch to these Fusiliers. Shoot them. Wait. Ooh! God, I love light infantry with rifles. Also, these guys take 25 seconds, like 20 seconds to reload. So yeah, no. That's nasty. Pull back. Oh, shit. That's what I get for not paying attention. Alright, it's fine. I don't know why these veteran Fusiliers are out of position. They're just standing here, and my men are shooting them full of holes. Yeah, like that. Don't know what the point of that was. I gotta keep moving around to like keep track of everything. That Grenadier unit of theirs is getting picked apart. All right, let him go. Reform the lines and let him go. All right, the recruits have to pull back. Understandable. All right, get in there. You guys did good, though. I don't know how many guys you killed with those rifles. Good job. If I can get Frederick over here. Frederick can rally them. Being next to the general will rally your men, as you can imagine. Yep, morale's going up because they can see Frederick. Come on, boys. Pull it together. All right, well, I guess maybe they're not going to stick around. That's fine. They did a good job regardless. If the men do a good job and pull back in good order, that's fine by me. Anyway, move up, please. It's time to put the grenadiers to work on the enemy. Yeah, they're not grouping up. It's fine. Let them go. And these... Why did you bring your artillery this close? Okay. Idiots. Fine by me, then. Yeah, the whole line is breaking at this point. They've moved their artillery up so close that I'm literally about to take it with my infantry. Why would you do that? And they just shattered the enemy cavalry. Because grenadiers, baby. That's Frederick's own, our first grenadier unit, like the best of the best. They've been with Frederick since the start of the campaign. You guys are exhausted. Pull back. I'll let the new guys handle it. Yeah, they're basically done at this point. Yeah, their units are in shambles, running for their lives, and my guys are sweeping right up on them. Yeah, you guys are done now. Bye-bye. Yep, there we go. Hey, Gaia Shield, how you doing? Okay, so that takes care of that little scattered... Well, wasn't really a scattered force. That was a field army looking for us, and they found us and died. Thanks for all your stuff. All right, we are going to want... For this one, let's take... I do need the reservists, honestly. I knew those guys would do well. All right. Got a lot of good stuff out of that, too. But we need to keep marching. Still looking for those convoys to secure. Here's the thing. When we forage, we're using 7 food a day. Once we get all these convoys and get that, get that foraging ability, it'll drop to, like, 3. Yeah, just take what we can. I don't want to take all of it, because that'll attract too much attention. Let's find another convoy. There's one. And there's the enemy. The enemy! 22,500. That is a big army. stop over here in, I don't know how to pronounce this, Schmoltsifen? I don't know how to pronounce that. Oh, you've got field artillery. You've got a field artillery unit. We do need another artillery unit. That's the thing. Having some more artillery would never be would not be an issue. Oh, but they're so expensive. Okay. It's fine. Just take what you can take what I got. And then I'll also give you some of the stuff I've been finding in here. Actually, no, I need that. There we go. Okay, that'll help a bit. Okay, what do you guys start with? A 6-pounder. All right, you're in. Welcome aboard. Take that. Water buckets. Yeah, that's the thing. Your gunners can get tired real. Cannon workers get tired really easily. So it's good to they need to have stamina. Anyway. All right, you're new to this, so here is a... There's that, there's that. Let me give you that. Here's the thing so you don't burn through your ammunition as quickly. There you go. That'll help. That should be more than enough for them. And again, they're brand new, so they will definitely need some training. But we can figure that out and figure that out later. Anyway, torch it. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but war is war, and right now, I need the supplies more than you do. When Frederick the Great rules this land, don't worry, we'll rebuild everything, I promise. There's an IOU in the meantime. Yeah, large escort. Foraging effectiveness is doubled. Nice. Now then, come here. That's a very small army. Oh, but they got a lot of artillery. Sharpshooters, fusiliers, grenadier. This is like... Wait, this is a patrol? I guess it does make sense. It's a small but kind of elite patrol. Grenadiers, sharpshooters, fusiliers, and then like tons of cannons. Okay, good for you. That said, I'm fighting this one. Mainly because we, this is a big numbers difference, and we might just be able to blitz them. Y'all, for those who recall, well, actually, I can tell y'all, in my own playthrough, I played with the British. Now, the British infantry have the best accuracy, so their guys, when they get into line formation, they just start banging out shots left and right. And they can literally slug it out because not only is their morale really good, but also because of their accuracy, it means that they're going to kill more than the enemy's going to kill of them. So, right. Let's see. We got a bunch of we got a new cannon unit to work with. They brought, and of course they brought their own cannons, which are going to be better than mine. But they didn't bring any cavalry, which is going to give us a very big advantage here. We have the cavalry advantage, which means we basically get to control how the battlefield moves. And I have a very good idea of how we're going to do that. As always, 2nd Brigade guards the artillery, 1st Brigade in the center. And then all the grenadiers are also together. And what I'm going to do is our cavalry takes the right. We're going to actually ride to the right flank and see if we can't, you know, do some significant damage. Now, this is risky. Cavalry, if the cavalry's off on its own, it could get cut off and surrounded, which is never good. And in this game, if a unit loses all of its men, you're not getting it back. Like, it is just dead. So we got to be very careful. I mean, yeah, yes, I'm sure someone's like, well, yeah, Zaruk, people die if they are killed. Yes, but in this game, as long as some of the men survive and break away, you can rebuild the unit. But if they don't, if the unit's slaughtered to a man, there's no rebuilding it. It's just gone. All right, let's see. Yeah, this will work. All right. Have 1st Brigade move and take the hill here. And I want our sharpshooters out front. 2nd Brigade takes this position. The cannon, or 5th Brigade with the artillery takes the hill. We can't turn these a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna be, you guys remember earlier I was talking to that person who works at, who's, you know, she's HR for the job I'm going to be working at. I'm going to be busy tomorrow. I'm driving to where my new job is going to be. It's a 2.5, 2.75 drive. Hey, Red Mage. So yeah, I've got to drive up there tomorrow, and then I've got 4 apartments I'm going to tour. Back to back to back to back. Like, let's see. I've got one at, let me see. I made a note of it. Let me see. Yeah. So, I've got the job. I just don't know when the start date is. So yeah, I've got one apartment tour at 9 o'clock. Then I got another one at 10. Then one at 11:30, and then one at 1. I may or may not take the one at 1. I'm not sure yet. But regardless, I'm gonna have to. But yeah, regardless, that's one of the reasons why stream may not happen tomorrow, because I'm gonna be, you know, doing all that stuff, and then I'll come back. So we'll see. Anyway. All right, let's see if we can't lure him in. Yeah, they're all grouping up in like this big mass. I see it on the radar. I don't know what they're doing. All right, here they come. And those sharpshooters are going to be nasty, but we'll keep an eye on everything. The main thing is that once they close in the distance, the cannons will start working them over. These are Austrians. These are Austrians of the Habsburgs. And the Austrians have the best cannons in the game. Yep, there they go, firing already. Wait. Those sharpshooters get closer. Alright, now shoot. Ooh, that looked like it hurt. Yeah, that hurt. But those Jaegers get one more volley, and then I'm pulling them back. There we go. Alright, pull back behind the line. Now we go. Now we go. Because they are not watching their line. They have pushed so far forward that they've left their cannons completely exposed. And we outnumber them too. So let's play a little game, shall we? Yep, we can hold here. Those grenadiers are getting slaughtered though. Pull back. Those because those are sharpshooters and they're picking us off. Those grenadiers right there have a choice. If they turn around, well, okay, yeah, I guess they made their choice. They're going to chase us. Not a very smart move, but okay. There we go. Gonna charge right into that line. Granted, those cannons are going to work us over until we get in range, but still, once we get in range, it's basically over. Yeah, like right now. Yep, one gun down. On to the next one. Move, move, move. Move, boys, move. As you can imagine, this... Uh-oh. What the hell? Oh. Over here, I see. Yeah, that doesn't work, does it? Not very smart. Save those guys. Don't let those recruits get charged. They'll break. Alright, well that takes care of the artillery. So now... don't have to worry about that anymore. You're not supposed to do this. Never charge your cavalry head-on into infantry, because the infantry have bayonets. Yeah, you're never supposed to do that. Yeah, it's probably going to break my cuirassiers doing that. Oh well. Supposed to charge into the rear. Like that. And as you can see, just like that, they're basically already starting to break. Yep. Especially the sharpshooters. The sharpshooters hate getting charged. They are not equipped for that. Yep, there they go. Yeah, how'd that work out for you? Now, the problem is with the cavalry is once they get in the fight, they're, well, it's a little hard to get them out of it. They get a little excited. What is not Australia, Austria. Very different place. Australia is a continent. Austria is a, well, Austria is a country. Why do they have the best cannons? Because they were the ones who basically were the first to, they have the industry to make the cannons. They were just, they were the first to kind of realize, hey, these are a good idea. These work. Just like how the British had the best drilled and disciplined infantry, and the Prussians have the best heavy infantry. Everyone had a strength or a weakness back then. You guys are stupid. Get them. That's what I thought. So, for example, Wolf Gaming, Prussia had the best, like I said, heavy infantry, and those were the grenadiers who basically would advance, fire maybe one volley of shots, and then charge you with a bayonet. And these guys were like 6 foot. And at this point in history, most people could not imagine being that tall. So it basically was like a bunch of giants rushing you with muskets with bayonets. Like that. Bye-bye. All right, well, that takes care of that Austrian patrol. I don't know why such a small patrol was out and about, but hey, not my problem. No, give me the ammunition and the money. I can replace... We didn't take that many losses. I can replace them. The French... So the French strengths at the time were... was the fact that they could quickly draft up a new army. Like, all they had to do was literally call up their conscript. They could conscript fast. But during this day and age, the French's big advantage was their cavalry. The French heavy cavalry was one of the most terrifying forces you could ever come across. And in this game, it's reflected. Heavy fortress. Fortress redoubts are manned. Let's see, can we bombard it? Yeah, likely chance. Yeah, the redoubts are captured. All right, can we bombard the walls? Got the walls breached, and now we're gonna seize it with grenades. Yay! Got it. Easy. Choose your doctrine. Fire damage received, flanking fire damage. Yeah, let's go with frontline focus. Whoa! Whoa! Hi! Das Breitschwert? Is that how you say that? Das Breitschwert? I'm sorry, I'm bad with German. Hello, welcome Raiders. I'm Zaruk Windcaller, Guardian of the Forest of Memories. I'm a variety streamer that plays games with a strong memory connection to me and my community. I'm also a history major, and this is Master of Command. Oh, you were also playing. Very nice. I'm currently in the 3rd act of the game, playing as the Prussians. Oh, I did. Oh, that's Breitfeld. Oh, I did it? Okay, well, I'm a dumb American. I was trying. But yeah, y'all were playing too. Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, Das Bright. If you need to... Oh, T-Rex, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Forest of Memories. Please make yourself at home. Oh, sorry. This is one of the biggest raids I've ever gotten. I'm sorry. Das Bright, if you need to raid and run, like you need to go take care of your after-stream care, you go take care of that. Means a lot that you raided in here. Thank you for trusting me with your community, and likewise to the community, thank y'all for being here. It means a lot. Russia, thought it said Russia. We started as Prussia 2 and finished the 1st act. It was good fun. Yeah, it is. I'm in the 3rd act, so I can kind of give y'all a heads up. Welcome to Act 3, where everything's on fire! Act 3 of the game has you suffering from the desolation trait. So all the supplies at settlements are now 20% less, means you can get less. All the settlements are pillaged, and there are no positive conditions on them. So, yeah. Oh, it's cool. I do want to play the Russians at some point. I think they might be next. I did the British on my own time, and now I'm playing as the Prussians. I'll probably do the Russians next. But yeah, again, this y'all who are raiding in, please sit back, relax, make yourselves at home. I'm a big history major, so I'm always going to be talking about cool stuff about this time period and everything. Also, I may do some heinous acts like burning down a few settlements. You can judge me later. I'm sorry. But yeah, thank y'all for raiding in. I appreciate it. Like I said, Zaruk Windcaller at your service. Tried the demo for half an hour and then bought the game. It was such a good feel to try the demo. Hope you have good fun with this. I am. I'm having a blast. It's so cool to see a game like this. I feel like it was made for me. Anyway, for those who might have more experience playing the game, your VTuber avatar streams history major. What are all the medals? That's what all the medals. Actually, this is just the PNG. I do have, hold on. This is just the PNG I'm using. I do have a model. Hang on. I can actually show y'all. This was just made by a friend of mine because I was playing a bunch of strategy games and he said I needed a general's outfit. So hang on. Give me a second. I do have a model. If y'all will give me 1 second, I'll actually show y'all. Also, excuse me, I messed up my shoulder, so every time I like stretch or move around, sometimes my shoulder hurts. I'm all right, just it's annoying. All right, just give me a sec. Let me pull this all up for you. Let's see. But yes, I do love this game, and the fact that it was made by the Armchair Historian makes it even better. I love his videos, and it's been so long since oh no, I'm not a PNG tuber. I have one. Like, I have PNGs, but I actually do have a live 2D model. That's what I'm about to show y'all. So look, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I've missed having historically accurate games. I miss when games took their historical accuracy seriously and actually wanted to show that history was cool and they didn't have to make stuff up. So it's really cool to play a game like this where it's like, yeah, this is line warfare and these are all the different armies and all the cool stuff they had. So, it feels good to play it that way, So, or play a game like it, I should say. All right, let's see. Let me just, got my camera plugged in, or should I say my phone? I use my phone as a camera. Let's see. Give me a sec. I want to get this up before the ad starts because I wish I could do something about the ads, but I can't. Like, even if I turn them off, Twitch would run them anyway. So, give me a second. It's extremely approachable and historical, and I love that. Give me a sec. All right, so let me turn this off. And then make sure this is working properly. Give me a sec. Almost.
Feel the power of my magic!
Well, in a second they will. They'll get to see the magic. One moment. Almost done. Let me just set this. There we go. There we go. That should do it, I think. And now you see me? Or now you don't? Now you see me. So, yes, I am Zaruk Windcaller, the guardian of the Forest of Memories. There we go. Whoop, that's too much. Hang on. There we go. That's better. So, yes, this is my live 2D model. Now that it's here, I might as well keep it out. Also, yeah, I apologize that I delayed the ad, so y'all won't have to worry about it. But, yeah, this is what my live 2D model looks like. So, yeah. Which, actually, I need to go in here and change some things real quick. Because we're going to do that. I don't want people, pressing the wrong buttons. So, let's see. I think that's everything. Yes, that is everything. Cool. Okie dokie. So, yeah, back to it then. Prussia calls and I answer. So, to Liegnitz, or Liegnitz, I don't know how you say that. Let's see. Nope. History major of the fabulous era. Actually, all the tattoos are signs of magic. So my whole deal is that when I, as guardian of the Forest of Memories, every memory that was, that is, and is to come is basically under my purview to review and to watch over. And there were these, basically any memory that couldn't take a physical form that was lost in this forest basically imprinted itself on me, and that's why I've got all the tattoos. That's just magical ability. So, because I'm covered in tattoos, my magical ability is really good. Let me see here. Okay. So, I need to get another cannon for these guys. We grabbed a lot of stuff. Let's see. You guys selling anything good in here? Whoa! That's a... Whoa! Like, whoa! That is a big gun! A Liechtenstein 12-pounder. A Brummer 12-pounder. They sell it? Yeah, they've got howitzers in here. I'd rather have the accuracy, so how much for the... God, that's expensive. You're a memory gatekeeper? Well, no, sometimes, no, these are memories that get lost, like when someone dies or when someone forgets something. When they fully forget something, or they die, that's where the memories come to the forest, basically, and I watch over them. Not sure how to use the intermediate artillery that well yet. So from what I understand, there's So the Lycorns are basically a cross between a field gun and a howitzer. They've got the damage of the howitzer. Well, not as much. They got a bit of more damage like a howitzer, and they've got the little less range than a field gun, like a cannon, like these. But they're basically not the best at either one. They're not as accurate as normal field guns, and they don't do as much damage as the howitzers. Whereas the howitzers have really short range, but they do a lot of damage, and they burn through your ammo. Like, howitzers chew through your ammo. And field guns are really accurate and don't chew through as much ammo, but again, well, and they have better range, but again, it's still a cannon. It's still gonna chew through your ammo if you don't prepare for it. I like the canister. Yes. With canister, you need to have a clear line of sight. Otherwise, well, yeah, otherwise. Howitzers are different, though. Howitzers, you don't need a line of sight. But again, the trade-off with howitzers is that they burn through their ammo very quickly. So, extremely quickly. So, but I do need one. So, I think we'll buy this 12-pound howitzer. You guys are going to use this now. And I want to get your accuracy up, so... actually, your accuracy's pretty good. For cannons, anyway. Yeah, that'll work. It does take a while to reload, though. That's the other trade-off with howitzers. They take a long time to reload. Like, they take a long time. Normally over a minute to reload. I think we'll be okay for right now. Also, we have an ad about to start, so I'm going to go BRB real quick. I'm going to switch over to my BRB screen. I will see you guys in a few minutes. Again, I apologize about the ads. Das bright. Thank you again. And y'all sit back, relax, and then I'll be right back. Give me about 3 or 4 minutes. Be right back. All right. And so we're back. Hi, Desperate. Thank you for stopping by. It means a lot. Sorry, I had to stretch. There we go. Also, I'm going to give him a follow. There we go. What was the British strength in Master of Command? The British have the most disciplined and most accurate infantry. So they are literally the quality over quantity option. The British have the most accurate infantry and are most disciplined. So they've got the best, so they've got really good morale. They're crack shots. But the trade-off is that it is really hard to replace them because of how difficult and how well drilled they were. And you're always going to be outnumbered because the British deploy smaller units than the other European countries or the other European nations do. So that's their strength and their weakness. Let's see. Yeah, I know you don't have the funds. It's fine. Good. You've got one. I'll take it. They have... No, looks like that's it. All right. Thanks. Actually, let's keep those. Sell that. Yeah, these guys have a lot of money, so we can sell them a lot of this stuff. Won't make back all of our money, but trust me, you want the last act. We need to make sure we got money. Cover bonus, max range. Bagpipers. Nice, I'll take them. Oh, they've got grenades. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Gotta make sure our guys have grenades. Even if we don't, you do want to use these if you can, because having the grenades is really helpful. Grenades, if like you throw them into a whole formation of dudes, they do a ton of damage. There we go. Okay, so I think these guys are ready to become, yep, Prussian horse artillery. So, horse artillery. It's exactly what it says, for those who wonder, it's exactly what it says on the tin. The idea was that if we hook these guns up to our horses, we can pull the guns around a lot faster, because at the time, artillery was more of a mobile idea. The concept of moving the guns around to the best position so you could shoot at your enemy was basically what they were doing. And it worked. It was a really good idea. And horse artillery, the trade-off with horse artillery is that it meant the guns were going to be a lot lighter because, well, the horses have to pull the damn things, so they kind of have to be light. But, I mean, if it works, right? So... These guys, oh, you're ready to become veterans. Nice. Veteran grenadiers. Very nice. Need to get you guys some musicians or something. Because our whole victory, or how this is going to play out, is all going to be determined by these grenadiers. Like this elite grenadier unit, this regiment of grenadiers, sorry, brigade, I'm sorry. Was Napoleon really that short? No, actually. He was actually standard height for the time. I believe he was like... Let me actually check. We have historical and scientific data about it. How tall? He was 5'6". So at the time, that wasn't that bad. The reason we remember him being short is because of propaganda pieces by the British. He was 5'6", so he was a little taller than... Well, okay. I'm 3'5", so Yeah. Yeah, he would have been taller than me, but your average human back then, no, he would have been average height for the time. You know who wasn't average height for the time? George Washington. George Washington, for those who don't know, George Washington was like a monster. Let's see, what was it? Yeah, he was 6'2" at the time. Yeah, he was like 6'2", 6'3" back then. He was a giant. And then, yes, that is also true. Napoleon and other men of power back then would be surrounded by grenadiers, who were usually picked because they were tall and very imposing guys. Like the Potsdam Giants, who were a Prussian group of, or a German or Prussian unit, who were all grenadiers, and they were all 6 foot or taller. Like, they were giant men. And again, as you can imagine, there's something terrifying about being on the battlefield and then watching as these dudes that are basically giants compared to you, marching towards you, you shoot at them over and over and over again, and it doesn't stop them. And then they just put their bayonets on and run right at you screaming. Yeah, as you can imagine, that scared a lot of people. Oh, nope. There we go. That worked until the American Civil War. And yeah, being tall wasn't very good. Once guns got more accurate, being tall wasn't very fun anymore. Let's see. All right, here's a fun history fact for you guys. Normally, I have you redeem my... I think this calls for a little history lesson. But I'm going to give you guys a free one this time. Did you know that in the history of the world, the nation that holds the record for the fastest modernization is Japan? Once Japan was... Because remember, for about 200 plus years, Japan was cut off from every part of the world. They literally closed the country. And no one was allowed in, and you couldn't leave. So 200 years later, when Matthew Perry opened the country, stopped having it be closed. When Matthew Perry showed up and basically opened the country up, Japan was introduced to modern technology of the time. And they were able to jump forward 200 years, technology-wise, in only 20. It took them a tenth of the time to modernize, which is insanity when you think about it. From katana to musket and Christianity. Well, it wasn't just that. So, everyone... Okay, I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret. There's this really dumb idea, or this concept, that samurai hated guns and saw them as dishonorable. No! When they saw guns for the first time, they were like, gimme that. Gimme. That's fun fact, that's entirely the reason why the Portuguese were allowed to spread Christianity on the western island of Japan, is because they were like, well, we've brought, message of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. He was like, but you brought guns. Well, yeah, we brought the guns too. Sure. Spread whatever religion you want. Give us the guns. So, yeah, they brought their matchlocks with them. So, by the time we get, as 200 years, 200 years of time passing around the country while it was in a vacuum, and then the moment they get introduced to modern tech, they jump forward. It only takes them 20 years to modernize everything. It's kind of scary how fast they modernize. However, there was one problem. Here's the thing. One of the reasons it took... Y'all got to remember, in that 200 years, while Japan was cut off from the rest of the world, a lot of ideas and a lot of concepts were being fleshed out, rationalized, radicalized, or just tossed to the wayside all across the world. Remember, for 200 years, so they didn't know about, the 7 Years' War. They didn't know about the American Revolution. They didn't know about the United States Civil War. The U.S. Civil War. They didn't know about any of that. Like, none of that was, they hadn't heard of any of that. Did the offspring of Genghis Khan really invade Japan? They tried. Yes, they did, actually. Twice, actually. The word, for example, the word kamikaze, which means divine wind, it was the divine wind, that being 2 hurricanes, that stopped the Mongols from basically getting to mainland Japan. Because every time they tried to sail to mainland Japan, a hurricane came in and smashed their fleet. They did it twice. It's like that Bill Wirtz video said. Because we've invaded China, said the Mongols. Please respect us, or we will invade you also. Okay, said Japan. So the Mongols invaded Japan and died in a tornado. And then they tried again and had a wonderful time fighting the Japanese, and then died in a tornado. It was a hurricane, not a tornado. But yeah, that did happen. That's where the term kamikaze comes from. Yeah, tried is the key word. They got to Tsushima, but they never got any closer than that because of the weather. That's kind of one of the funny things about how a lot of invasion forces just get stopped because of bad weather. Or because people don't understand how the weather works. So, yeah, again, it's like I joked with a friend of mine once. I don't care how big and bad your military is. Mother Nature is not someone you trifle with. Don't mess with Mother Nature. She holds a grudge. Mother Nature holds very long and very big grudges. And if Mother Nature can't stop, well, and if you want a good example of it, if Mother Nature can't stop you, she'll ask General Winter to do it. And General Winter has done it 3 times. So, yeah. General Winter has saved Mother Russia 3 times. So, yeah, don't mess with Mother Nature or Father Winter. Regardless, y'all, like I was saying, that 200 years in a vacuum meant that when the Japanese were finally exposed to modern culture, modern tech, and all that stuff at the time, they had to play catch up fast. And this led to a bit of a problem. Because they had to catch up so quickly, this meant that a lot of things that other countries had already dealt with and already faced before, they weren't able to, like, slowly adapt to and learn about. Good example. Empire building. Remember, Japan had never had an empire, but the moment they understood, when they had access to modern tech and were understanding things like nationalism and the ideas of empire building, yeah, Japan started to build an empire in the Pacific. So, yeah, it was... all the other countries had basically figured that out, or were kind of, either winding it down or had gotten out of that phase, but Japan got blitzed right into it because they had all this stuff to process and figure out. Kind of weird how that works, huh? Yes, Mother Nature defeated the Ratsies. Yes, she did. Father and General Winter helped with that. But there's one other thing I want to bring up. And this is a bit darker, but it's worth mentioning. One of the problems is that with Japan's rapid industrialization, this led to this belief. It's also because of the war that happened between the samurai and the shogun's between the emperor and the samurais and the shogun's forces. This idea that Japan was this sacred and divine place. This idea that Japan was like better than all of the Asian nations around it. And because of that, they decided that, well, if we're better than everyone else, then that means we should get to take whatever we want and do whatever we want. And this would lead to, for example, Japan's views during World War II. These very radicalized militaristic ideas. Fun fact, the whole concept during World War II of Japanese soldiers abiding by Bushido, that was literally just pushed by the government. The government used that as a propaganda piece to motivate their soldiers to fight harder. Nobody idealized the samurai anymore, but it was easy for them to push that because the Japanese government were like, okay, we're outnumbered, surrounded, and all of our enemies are bigger than us. So we need to convince our guys not to give up. So it was drilled into their heads not to give up. Unfortunately, this meant that prisoners were rarely taken, and it's also why the Pacific front of World War II is so, well, terrifying to read about. So, again, it's one of the reasons why I keep saying we need to have a Call of Duty game that takes us back to the Pacific, or just a game in the Pacific in general, because, well, yeah, it's terrifying, as it should be, because it's like one of my friends said, it's like you're fighting a completely different form of human being. These guys are like insane. They're like monsters. They don't know when to give up. They don't surrender, and they fight like animals, which they did because they were told that that was the only way they were going to save their country and that they were better than everyone else. So, yeah, there's that. Regardless, though, that's kind of one of the reasons I study history. I've told y'all before, when it comes to studying history, one of the aspects of it is that you learn very quickly that you can connect a lot of things, both in the modern world and in the past, to certain events or certain people or certain aspects and beliefs. So you just got to start looking hard enough. Do the Japanese feel like the Western world looked down on them? Yes and no, Dave Rudaball. Yes and no. So what it was is that there were numerous times, especially after World War I, for example, where Japan felt like they were being slighted. They felt like they were not getting the respect they deserved. They felt like all of these grand Western nations or these huge empires looked down on them or treated them poorly because they were just a tiny island nation. And so, for example, after World War I with the Washington Naval Treaty, Japan was not allowed to build as many ships or as heavy as ships as the British, the French, and the Americans, and the Germans, the Germans weren't allowed to build any, but you get my point. Basically, even though Japan was with the Allies during World War I, they were basically shunted to the side, basically like, you're not European, you didn't fight in the war and lose a lot of men, so why would we give you all the benefits and all the special, the special stuff that we get? So they didn't feel too good about that. However, it also was true because in the long run, Japan's military officers and military planners realized that they were never going to beat... halt. They were never going to win a fight against, like, the Americans or anyone like that. In fact, so, how do I describe this? The Japanese military during World War II was constantly looking for this thing called a Kantai Kessen, like this decisive battle, this ultimate battle where they would cripple the United States and like the United States Navy and basically force them to come to the negotiating table by winning this overwhelming battle of quality, where their quality would beat American quantity. Side note, that's bullshit and it didn't work. It never worked because they could never, and because they were constantly seeking that, all of their decisions for battles and combat were based on that idea. For example, the Battle of Midway. Midway was supposed to be one of those Kantai Kessen moments. It was supposed to be where, like, all of America's, aircraft carriers would be brought to bear and then would be destroyed by the Japanese Navy. Except that's not what happened. And then during the Battle of the Philippine Sea, same thing. It was, we will lure the Americans to another battle and we will do so much damage to their fleet that they'll have to surrender. Again, that didn't happen. And they kept trying for that. But in the end, they just felt like that they were superior to everyone around them, and they were already getting snubbed by the Western nations, so that didn't help very much. However, that does not excuse what they did to their Asian neighbors. If you guys want to know why Japan, Korea, and China hate each other with a passion so much, it's literally because of all the stuff that's happened in their history. Like, there's a reason why, let me put it to you this way. It's a reason why every time, like, a new Japanese prime minister or someone else asks the American president to apologize for the atomic bomb, the response should be, sure, when you acknowledge all the stuff you did, like with the Nanking massacre and everything else. The Japanese refuse to accept that they did that. They continue to say that it's been overdone or it's been grandized and that it didn't really happen that way. They won't even accept what they did. So, yeah, no, it's partially out of shame because they don't want to admit that they did it. But, yeah. But that's one of the reasons why, like, Japan, China, and Korea hate each other, is because they've all been at each other's throats for years. So, heck, you guys want to know why China hates the West so much? Because they literally think that we're going to eat. They literally think that every time we try to make a deal with them, we're trying to rip them off. And if you want to know where that started, go look up the oh gosh, what's it called? Go look up the Opium Wars. If you go look up the Opium Wars, you'll find out very quickly why China has trust issues with Western countries and why they're so bitter about a lot of that stuff. And it's, again, as my friend once said, blame the British, which you should blame the British for that. But it's carried over to today, and it's just look up the first Opium War. It's really messed up what happened in it, but at least it'll give you an idea of why. How did that happen? Sorry, my model just went off. Hang on. But at least you'll get an idea as to why. If you really want to know about the first Opium War, go look up extra history. It was extra credits. Now it's extra history. Look up extra history's coverage of the first Opium War, which will give you a really good idea of what the heck happened and why it was so bad. That said, I don't know how much longer, like, I shouldn't really say this. I don't know how long China's gonna last in its current form, because apparently hundreds of thousands of people sleep on the streets or don't have homes because of bad social credit. So, like, I mean, if your people are suffering, then how in the world are you gonna make your country work? But whatever. I shouldn't talk because I'm an American. But as the saying goes, like that Chinese saying, okay, Bill Wirtz made the joke of, China is whole again, and then it broke again, where it's really, Iskrimir, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Forest of Memories. Please make yourself at home. But the actual Japanese saying is, the kingdom long divided must unite, long united must divide. Like, literally forming and breaking apart is kind of part of Chinese history. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Anyway, thanks, guys, for just sitting there and letting me do this. Get 'em, boys. All right, we can flank and crush that unit. Yes, Dave, that is part of it, but the other problem is that it's also the economy. The people are struggling and can barely survive. Ah, crap. I forgot how many cavalry units they had. I hate Hussar units in this game. Can't stand them. Well, my Grenadiers can handle that, so I'm not worried about it. Yeah, Hussars are my most hated unit in this game. The fact that they can run in, take crush, do a ton of damage, then break off after taking a little bit of damage because they're like, oh, our morale's shot. And then they come right back 5 seconds later like, yeah, we're back. Guess what? It wasn't that bad. Save those recruits. I need them. Is there a way to place a unit and rotate it without resizing its front? I don't know, actually. Not that I know of. Actually, wait. There kind of is. If you set to a formation, they'll keep a certain formation. Like, most of the time it's set to flexible, but if you set to a formation, like, for example, attack column, which is what my Grenadiers are in, they'll move And, like, you can position them in that formation, and they won't break the formation. But I don't know how to rotate them in place. I wish I did. But usually I have my guys set up to, like, just fend off any attacks anyway, so I don't need to rotate them too much. Will you idiots get back here? I know your bloodlust is up, but that doesn't mean you should be chasing the enemy. Your footmen, your infantry, stay put. Alright, let's move up with this, let's move these guys up. Oh, they're coming back! How about that? Countercharge. Don't let them get close. Well, that'll work. That hurt my guys, but hey, they broke off. I wish I had some cavalry left so we could deal with those cannons. Alright, also, let me show you guys how grenades work in this game. Grenades are a very interesting thing. Alright, time to advance. Here's how grenades work. Grenades are based on your position and your formation. So you want to throw them like when guys are like directly across from each other. But you basically click. And, oh, you're going to line up for me. Thanks. And then they'll just light them and throw them. Yeet! Like that. The entire army will advance? In what direction, Your Grace? Or straight ahead, to be sure. Alright, these guys are cooked. This is point blank. They're about to get shot at. That's what I thought. And when your units take heavy morale damage like that, it will slow down their reload because they just saw a bunch of their buddies get shot. No, form here on the hedge. That's fine. You guys are idiots. You should have pulled these cannons back. There we go. That's what I thought. And the reason I'm not charging is because my cannons are still shooting, and I don't want to get hit in the crossfire. So. There we go. I really wish we could capture the cannons, but, well. So here's a thing about about men who used cannons back then. Cannon crews were obsessed with their positions to the point that men would literally stand their ground and die rather than hand over their cannons. So, like, that was why it was such a big deal to fight to take the cannons, because, well, if, like, those guys would fight to the death to protect them. Oh, we lost one of our cavalry units. Great. Okay. Have to see if I can replace it. But yeah, those guys would fight until you basically have to pry their cannons from their corpses. Was how dedicated they were. That worked. Inspiring. Do we know if the morale, either stored or game bat, changes depending on the formation? No. Morale is not determined by formation. It's by how many guys are left, how much stamina they have, and if they have an officer, if their officer's with them, or if there's another officer nearby. Like, if you're general, like in this case, Frederick the Great, if he's nearby, their morale will skyrocket. Same thing with your officers and their units. If the officer dies, then their morale drops rapidly. But yeah, no, it's not based on your formation or anything. Anyway, you guys can become Fusiliers now. I want you to be sharpshooters. That'll take some time. By the way, quick tip for anyone who wants to play this, get these. Jaeger rifles are very rare, but if you can get them, you basically, and give them to light infantry, you have some of the scariest dudes in the game. Because, you see, well, here's the thing. Yeah, the best accuracy and range. And again, if you get
Become video delivery man.
Become the video delivery man. If you get those, get their accuracy high enough, these guys will start doming people. from like way out of enemy range. And again, they're sharpshooters, which means if you don't do something about them, or rather, if the enemy doesn't do something about them, they just have to sit and watch as their armies just wither away. Ah, okay, I know what you're talking about, T-Rex. I played that too. So that's why my veteran Jaegers here have excellent grade Jaeger rifles, because they have almost 100 accuracy, and also they can reload really fast. Like, it takes them less than 30 seconds to reload their rifles. Also going to give you guys that haversack so you have better morale. All right, we did lose a chunk of our army thanks to that, so... More horse artillery. Freikorps Dragoons, no. SARS, blah. Anyway, can you, You know what? No, let's go find a gunsmith, because I want to buy some guns for my men. Here, Gilgal. I think that's how you say that. We need 3 rounds a minute to defeat the French. Yeah. Bite. Pour. Let's see. Bite. Pour. Sorry, bite. Pour. Spit. Tap. Yeah, like, as dumb as that is. Hey, I love the Sharp series. I've read all the books. I've watched all the movies. Like, I love Sharp, but even I'm like, this is kind of dumb. But again, it's historical fiction. All right, let's see. Yeah, you can take that. You can take that. It's 40 shillings on the drum. Those who volunteer to come. Risk and fight for today. Over the hills and far away. Excellent reload. Here we go. Alright, what else we got? Staff College. Nothing really in here. Quartermaster. Excuse me. This is slowly turning into the darkest dungeon. I know, but it's supposed to feel like hell because everything's burning. Let's see. Now, me personally, I'd much rather be playing as the British because I actually like the British's accuracy with their base infantry, which means if you get them in cover, they'll just bang away with their muskets and drop guys left, right, and center. But hey, can't have everything you want. Anyway, veteran grenadiers. All right, so here's my plan. We're going to snoop around. We're going to run around a bit more, grabbing up stuff and supplies. And then we're going to set up camp and drill, because the enemy HQ is coming, and we need to be ready for them. I also need to pick a good battlefield. At least the noble estate remains undamaged. Never mind, the windows are broken. Yeah, the windows are broken. I think somebody might have thrown a rock through them.
A rock.
Yeah, one of those. Yes, a rock. Gunpowder musket. Tula muskets. Do all of our guys? Well, no. I prefer the Swedish ones for their excellent melee. Tulas are okay, but eh. All right, we've already checked this place out. I need to find another one. Need to find another city. We'll try there next. No, not really anything good here either. Okay. Wait, what? Hang on. Shouldn't I have those guys by now? Oh, right. Okay, never mind. So the lifeguard. I will talk about them in a second. They are... Oh, boy. All right, I need to find some, let's see. There's one city we haven't checked. Unfortunately, it's right next to my enemy, so no. All right, we're just gonna find... Here. This is where I make my stand. In the fields around Opalen. It'd be better if I could find a river to make a stand on, but Charleville, land pattern, Sul. I want my standard infantry to have good weapons for what's coming. Okay. We'll set up right here. So, the Prussian Lifeguard. These are basically, like, if the Grenadiers are the most elite of the elite, then the Lifeguards are just the elite. They are, like, some of the best line infantry of the time. They're that good. Anyway, let me give these guys some proper weapons. You guys are gonna want these for what's coming. I know I'm mixing and matching their weapons, but, like, they need to have good guns. Most of my Grenadiers are the ones with the best gear, as they should have, but still. Okay, now we drill. Correct. Das Breitschwert is correct. The Jaegers, Clausewitz, wait, what's that say? Clausewitz would be proud. Get 5 officers to max level as the Prussians. Nice. Alright, you guys are... Yeah, no, I need you to become sharpshooters, so you need training. But you guys are ready. The Lifeguard. So the thing about the Lifeguards is that they're basically... How do I put this? I don't want to call them discount Grenadiers, but if need be, you shouldn't need, but if need be, the Lifeguard can fix bayonets and can go running into battle. I can go running into melee. You shouldn't be doing that with them, but hey, if, there's an emergency, so be it. Anyway, I need more ammunition, because drilling burns through your ammo. And there's also another problem here. For those who have not gotten to the end of Act 3, it's not just fight one more army, then win the campaign. It's fight one more army, lick your wounds, and then another army shows up. So you fight 2 armies. Back to back. Well, not back to back. You have some time to heal up. So I'm grabbing ammunition, not only for drilling, but because we're going to need it afterwards. I kind of wish I had the trait that lets you like forge your own bullets as you're traveling. Like it's a press that makes so you can make ammunition every day. Yeah, but they'll be here soon. Less than a week, and they'll be here. I've already cleaned them out too. All right, last place is over there, Kussel. I have to run fast. Too late. Yeah, too late. General, our scouts report the enemy headquarters has mustered its full army and is marching to engage us. Columns move on the main road with advanced guards out and expect contact within days. cannot outrun them. We must face them. I know. Let's see, where are they? All right, there they are. Moving already. Let's get to coastal and buy up all the ammunition we can carry. Then maybe... I've got an idea. I may not have a brain, gentlemen, but I have an idea. I've got an idea. Hide in the mountain. No, you suffer attrition from doing that. No, let them come to me. I'll fight them on this river. God, they're fast! Gentlemen, please, one at a time. All right. That should be enough to at least turn most of my normal veteran musketeers, at least, or most of them, not all, but most of them, into lifeguard. All right, and all, well, except these guys, Freikorps, but all the other units are horse artillery, which is great. Okay, here they come. All right, what are we up against? Oh boy, that's a lot of Austrians. All right, so on their side, they have the Alt Modena Cuirassiers, some Grenadiers, and some veteran Fusiliers. Another group of Alt Modena Cuirassiers, Grenadiers, Fusiliers. Veteran Grenadiers. Good grief. Grenadiers, Fusiliers. Horse Grenadiers, veteran Hussars, Grenzer Hussars, and then their artillery units. Okay, so, yeah, this is no joke. This is a full... Wait, how many? You've got 6 brigades! Yeah, I was about to say, no wonder they're outnumbering us. They've got... Because I was like, don't we have the same amount of men? No, they have 6 brigades. So they brought an entire other brigade to fight us. And yes, they did bring horse grenadiers. So, but if everything goes according to plan, I picked a river for our battle, which gives me an advantage. Again, a lot of the fate of this battle rests on my grenadiers. And because we're outnumbered like this, we won't be launching any grand encirclements or anything. Instead, my plan, we're not going to do like a grand encirclement like we've been doing in previous battles, especially at the end of an act. No, instead, I have another idea. We're going to take a page out of old Hannibal's book, and I'm going to try for the double envelopment, which is basically where left and right flank surround. Like, press in and surround the, press on the enemy's flanks, and then something comes in from the rear. However, we're down 1 cavalry unit, and they have 4. So they outnumbered me on the cavalry side of things. By a lot, actually. I think they outnumber us 3-1. Let's see. Modena Cuirassiers, Grenadiers, Hussars. Yeah, no, they've got me outnumbered on the cavalry side of things. We're equal in artillery, I believe. Let's see. 6-pounder. Good God! Shuvalov, that's a Russian gun. Where'd you get that? Seriously, where'd you get that? 12-pounder, and then another 12-pounder. Yeah, Shuva, that's... Yeah, where did you get the big old 16-pounder? Okay, whatever. So, here's my plan. Like I said before, we can't really just wrap one flank. Because, well, these are tough units. They're not going to just stand there and let us close up the whole flank. Most of them are grenadiers anyway. So instead, what we're going to do is I'm going to basically take bites out of the line, basically. As units press in, I'll have the grenadiers and the cavalry basically pinch off any exposed unit, maybe on the far left or the far right. We'll break it, reform, and then, we'll keep chewing away at it until we've withered them down. Problem is that with such a big cavalry advantage, I've got to be on the lookout for them trying to flank us, which they will definitely try to do. And despite the fact that I was set up on a river, there was no river here. Thanks, game. A river would have been great. Oh well. We'll make do. I was really hoping for a river. I mean, there is one over here, but I was expecting more, honestly. Still, not a bad placement, honestly. Especially if they want to try to come down this way. They'll have to, like, they'll either try to cross the river or they'll wander around through it. So, that's a massive hill on the right. Oh, yeah, this one. Yeah, it is, but it's a bit too exposed. Because if we move out there, we'd have to move the whole line out there, and I'd rather play off the advantages we have around us right now. So, I'm gonna set the cannons up here. They're already deployed and unlimbered, which gives us some, gives us some shooting, something to, some more to shoot at. And we do have a supply train, so we could probably switch to canister if we wanted to on some of the guns, which would probably help. I'm not gonna lie. Cannot be used for indirect fire, and we're on a hill, so that may not matter. That'll help us out a bit. Yeah, only one of these guns has, but only one of the guns has canister loaded into it. So, meh, we'll make do. Okay, so the Grenadiers are on the right, as usual. I want them over there because, well, actually, yeah. My plan, like I said, my plan was to pinch off. I'm going to have to swap my plan up. Because I wanted to just pinch off pieces, like on the left and right. But looking at the map, I'm not going to be able to do that. Mainly because the river's in the way. And the river, crossing the river, will drain our men and make them exhausted. So instead, we're going to use that to our advantage. Sadly, the Grenadiers are going to have to stand on their own against the enemy cavalry if the enemy comes to the right flank, because I need both cavalry units over here. So, now the center. I'm going to have the lifeguards and the veteran musketeers hold the center. They've never let me down before. They won't let me down now. The Fusiliers and our Jaegers are going to be on the left, taking pot shots at people. I could put them out front, but honestly, I don't want to risk that. I want them to be able to pull back afterward. So, where's that other unit? There they are. So yeah, and these converged Fusiliers. So yeah, we've got one unit of veteran musketeers, and then these Fusiliers, which will hold the left, along with our Granzer Fusiliers and these veteran Jaegers. This does mean that the left flank is a bit weaker, because, well, yeah, most of my guys are either on the right or in the center. But if the left does start to give, we can always get in there and, we can always get in there and do something about it. For now, since we're on the defensive, I'm going to be taking a lot more of a defensive posture. Our men are going to be behind these hedges. We're going to hold our ground, that kind of stuff. All right. Let's see. I want our veteran Jaegers here in the village. Just grab a spot, guys. Grab a spot and start shooting. The Granzer Fusiliers can be here. And then I'm going to deploy our veteran musketeers behind them. Basically, once the light infantry's done its work, these guys will actually wait. Better idea. We've got space up here. Yeah, once the light infantry's done its work, it'll pull back, and the converged Fusiliers and the veteran musketeers will step up. And if they do get charged, which they probably will, that's what the cavalry's for. Meanwhile, on the rest of the line, the lifeguard can take this position. You guys have your own cover, which is good, so you can set up here as well. I'm keeping these two units here in front of the cannons in case anyone tries to do anything stupid, which they will definitely try. And then, of course, that leaves our strength, the Grenadier flank. We will have to see how this goes. I need to see how the battle turns before we start anything. So, let's see what happens. I'm glad those Jaegers are so fast. God, we are so outnumbered. All right. Now, more than likely, the left flank is going to take a lot of pressure, and we're going to have to pull it back down and, like, loop it around. But that's okay. We can always condense the line if need be. All right. What are they doing? Oh, now they're moving. Okay. More than anything, I need to make sure that I concentrate fire on some of their elite units. Anything with an officer in it would be great. Because if we kill the officers, that'll affect the whole army. Interesting. Let's spread out a bit, guys. Let's watch that flank. Now, I want to see what they do. All right, shit, they're coming. Let's see if we can get... See if we can't take a pot shot at those veteran grenadiers with their officer. If we can get a pot shot off on them, I want to kill them. Like, killing the officer will buy us a lot of time. Alright, cannons are firing. Wait, their cannons are firing? Oh, they've got more range, don't they? Great. Of course they do, it's the Austrians. Nice shot, boys. Get another round off, and then we'll pull back. That'll work. Come on, pull back. Oh shit, those are grenadiers. Hold your fire, damn it. Don't fire unless till you get a command. We've got rifles, for God's sake. Make them count. All right, pull back. Because I think they're getting ready to charge, so pull back. What are these guys doing? Walking right toward... Okay. Right, back. Yeah, what are you idiots doing? You're walking right toward the center. Okay, whatever. Actually, no, I see what they're doing. Okay. So what they're doing is that unit there, they're sacrificing that unit. Like, this unit of Hungarian Grenadiers, they are sacrificing them. But by keeping them there, it means that my two Grenadier units are kind of pinned in place. So now all of these guys coming from the right, I have to face all of them with just these three. Because I don't want to expose the center. Clever. Very clever. Come on, drive them back. Your veteran musketeers, for God's sakes. Push them back. Shit, this isn't good. If we lose this, if these guys break now... Shit, they might break. Hang on. Yep, they're running. Great. Okay, good. But the enemy broke too. I see you guys over there. Drive off those hussars. And those hussars will be back, because God forbid they don't know the meaning of the word break. And there go the dragoons. Just great. Break away. I have to keep looking around to see what's going on all over the line. Also, yeah, we got an ad playing, don't we? Okay, well, I'll wait. I'll stop for a second. I don't want to skip this stuff. People want to see this. Just need some time to check some other stuff. So far, so good. They're the ones getting the piss pounded out of them. Anytime a unit breaks and runs, that's good, but it's holding. We're gonna have to start pushing forward, I think, in a minute with our own forces, because right now we're just getting bogged down. And like I said, the left, oh god, the left flank is getting slammed. And those hussars are gonna get their morale back, as I said. They'll get it back, no problem, then they'll come back. Here comes one of their elite cavalry units. Great. Okay. And the center is basically cracked. Because those guys, those veteran musketeers... Oh, you're back. Good. Get back up there. Yeah, those veteran musketeers have to get back on the line, but our dragoons are running for it, so... Not good. Just... Yeah, those Jaegers can wipe out those Fusiliers. That'd be great. What do we do around here? Get these cuirassiers back, because they're in no condition to fight right now. And with the enemy cavalry coming, I'm going to need them. Okay, yeah, the left flank is breaking at this rate. I need to get some reinforcements over here. Do I have anything? Well, kinda, actually. Hey, Sturkio, how you doing? This track feels like it... Oh, you mean the track playing now, or the track that plays when everything's on fire? Yeah, it does kind of feel like it came out of Psychonauts. Alright, let's... Okay, it looks like... Yeah, there's still 2 units of cavalry in reserve with the cannons. All right. Okay, so as I said, or as I thought, the left flank is starting to collapse. I'm going to have to pull some of my guys away from here. Pull the Prussian Life Guard over here to reinforce this position. shit. I had a feeling they'd try that. Get back, get back, get back. Yeah, get those Fusiliers out of here. Alright, yeah, the left flank is basically collapsing. Reform it. Reform somewhere else. Get those Jaegers out of here, too. Can't lose them. Alright, they were... Shit! They're shattered. Great. That was both of my light in... Well, one of my light infantry units. Great. Those guys were the veterans. Shit. If they're shattered, I can't get them back. I just lost those really high-quality rifles. Damn it. Fucking cuirassiers? There. And the right is still slugging it out. Okay. Oh, God. Where are you? Oh, you're getting shot up by all these different units. Okay. And just like that, they've basically balanced it out because of my guys running for it over here. It also doesn't help that the first brigade's commanding officer got killed. Great. Okay. All right, what do we do? What can we do? All right. Firstly, pull these guys back. They're getting shot up. Second, time to advance. No more waiting around. I'm not just going to sit here and take it. Let's go. All right, I saw a shatter over there, which means we might have just done some catastrophic damage, which is good. God damn it, another cavalry unit. I have no cavalry to counter this. Freaking Austrian heavy cavalry. All right. And you guys, you're supposed to be in a famous elite unit, and you keep running away from every fight. Get in there. To reform my whole line. I think we can't swing another unit over there. Let's see how you deal with my grenadiers. The best of the best. Freaking Alt-Modena Cuirassiers. Or whatever the hell they're called. Alright, we pushed them back, though. On this flank, anyway. Reform. Get the Grenadiers back together. Why are you Okay. fuck's sake! These hussars are murdering me. I don't have any more men on the left flank anymore. They basically bulldozed my entire left flank with these damn these cuirassiers and these hussars. This is insanity. No one can form square yet. The idea of forming square hasn't come about yet. Okay, good. Drove. For fuck's sake, the cavalry. It's still. God, can you guys just piss off? Like when you break, just piss off, please. Good. There's one. Get back out there. I drove off that one. Not gonna drive off that one, though. Just the cavalry won't back off. Like, they get there, we break them, and then they run away, and then come back, like, 5 seconds later. Just... Ugh. This is not good. Like, I'm probably not gonna win this at this rate. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna win this one. Yeah, because the cavalry's... Yep, here comes the cavalry. Well, there goes our advantage. Yep, I think I'm about to lose. This is probably the end of this run. Or not. Why are they running away? Okay, sure. But the damage. Oh, God, the damage. The damage here has been catastrophic. I'm literally, like, if I have to fight another army after this, I'm literally just going to have to grab scraps and just throw them at the enemy. Like, the only reason I haven't lost yet is because this, my first Grenadier unit ever, refuses to break. Over here fighting like men possessed. Alright, save them. I cannot lose those guys. They are literally like an anchor. If I lose them, we're dead. Pull them back. Okay. Yeah, and their cannons are killing us, as usual. What do you... Where's the running way? Okay, another unit running, which is good. Alright, let's pull back and catch our breath for a second. Almost everything of theirs is basically running except the artillery. That's the only thing they've got left at this point is their artillery. Yeah, that's it. Just the artillery. And this one unit right here. Oh, that worked. Kinda. Sorta. Not really. And there goes one cannon unit. I don't want to lose the other one. And of course, these are grenadiers, so they're not going to break easy. This has been a massacre on both sides. No one's won here except the Blood God. Yeah, this is... No one wins this one. Unless I can, because even if I drive those guys off the cannons, those cannons still have ammunition, which means they're going to keep shooting at us. Yeah, there's another fight immediately after this. Maybe, I'm not sure. I hope there isn't, but if there is one, I've got scraps to work with. Again, it is like a roguelike. Sometimes things just don't go your way. And Frederick's elite unit just lost their commanding officer. Great. Just great. Just great. Damn cannons are murdering us. Like, for God's sake, your army's gone. Leave. You've got nothing left now. Neither do I, for that matter. Like, some of the cannons have already left. How much ammo do you have left? A lot, it looks like. Damn it. Yeah, the only reason they haven't broken yet is because these two cannon units are still here. I'm doing something suicidal. You would never do this. You should never do this. You should never send your general to charge the enemy. Because if he dies, it's game over. But... Come on, Frederick. Okay, that was bad. We are... I think I'm cooked. I don't know how many men I lost there. God. Yeah, please restore my casualties. Okay, well, we only lost one unit, which is good. Unfortunately, it was my Jaegers with their crack rifles, which is just great. Okay, well, we should be okay for the time being, though. I'll need to get some more men. Yep, reinforcements. General, although the enemy's headquarters has fallen, their resolve has not. A fresh host has marched into the region, swift and determined to reclaim what was lost. They'll begin their pursuit in a matter of weeks. There will be no respite until this new army is broken. Rally the men, keep discipline in the ranks, and prepare for one last trial. Victory here will silence all opposition and bring the campaign to its rightful end. We've got 13 days. So a little less under 2 weeks. So I need to run around and grab as many men as possible to refill the ranks. I'm barely going to be able... yeah, fine, whatever, come on. Here's the thing, this is the final battle, so at this point, like, if they, I really don't care who we grab or what we've got, because at this point, like, if we lose, it's game over, so... We just grab what we can get at this point. You know? Thankfully, all of my grenadiers survived, which helps a lot. But yeah, we lost that really good Jaeger unit with their muskets, which sucks because they would have been really helpful to have right now. Oh well. What can you do? What's worse is that we're missing an officer. So, nah. Shit, they're right over there. I shouldn't go this way. You guys are lifeguards now. Thanks for surviving the battle. This sucks because that officer gave a lot of good boost to our grenadiers, and with him dead, well, yeah. And I have no backup officers, so the only option would be to run to a town or a city and see if we could get one. But by the time I start running, that army's going to be on my ass. Like, they start chasing us in 2 days. We could try. A long way. You forced march. Run. Yeah, this is going to burn through our food, and our guys are going to be kind of tired, but hey, we need to move. Double time it. All the way there if we can. Okay, good. We'll make it. Just in time. They're right on us. Get out of my way. Okay. Is there anyone available? Stamina? Like... That'll work. You're hired. Now, go get join the ranks. This is about to get bad, my guy. Carbines. Yeah, they don't have rifles. That's fine. We don't have another light infantry unit anyway. That'll definitely come in handy. I'll take it. And this, and so it comes to this, the battle of our time. Let's see. Yeah, that howitzer would be awesome, but it's, oh, yeah, we don't have enough for it. Too expensive. Unless, hang on. Let's see. Apologies about that. That's job stuff I'm getting. Don't worry about it. All right. Okay. Let's see. take that one. You guys can have that one. Use the canister shot for the howitzer. Yeah, this is gonna be rough, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it does, Wolf Gaming. Like I've said before, this takes place during the 7 Years' War. Yep. Yeah, this is gonna be nasty. But we'll make do. Or bonus. Okay. All right. Let's see what they're bringing up against me this time. Also, I find it... oh, well, I guess it does make sense that the French could field a whole other brigade. We can't, but the French can. Anyway, here they come. So, here they come. All right, well, they don't have as big of an advantage over us this time, but it's still a pretty big one. All right, let's dance. Another Austrian force. Let's see. Grenadiers, Grenadiers. Good God! Okay. Well, I guess they thought the cavalry thing didn't work. Because now they brought a lot more guns. Grenadiers, 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 Grenadiers. Just all Grenadiers. And then 6, count them, 6 units of artillery. They are, like, playing to their strength now. They know their artillery is their best option, and they're using it. Okay, but... And they've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cavalry units. Lots of cannons, but they're short in the infantry department. Oh, but no, I lied. They're actually fielding 6 brigades, so no, not really. Okay, well, we'll do what we can. Oh, boy. It's one of those moments where you're like, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. Yeah, there they are, the Potsdam Giants. The Long Curls, or Potsdam Giants. Prussian Grenadier Guard. Okay. Real quick, before we get started on this one, because this is going to be a long one, I think, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. I will be right back. So, be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. Be right back. this is going to be a tough one. Let's do this, though. Also, hey, Sai, what's up? Okay. Let's take a look at the map. Okay, we've already got an advantage. The river. This is going to help a lot, actually. Yeah, I think I can make this work. Because the thing is, with the river, that kind of limits how well they can deploy their guys against us. They still outnumber us, though. What's worse is that those hussars are light cav, so they're going to come sprinting across the water. Ow. So we got to be careful. I heard of the 7 Years' War. I was playing Assassin's Creed Rogue, and it took place during the... Yeah. Or as the Americans call it, the French and Indian War. But it's called the 7 Years' War. All right. Let's see. Let me think. All right. You guys are on the left, holding the line there. Second Brigade holds in the center. Actually, no. We can, yeah, no. Second Brigade holds in the center to basically reinforce First Brigade. Though I'm keeping your Fusiliers over here. I've fought on this battlefield a few times. This is actually one of my favorite battlefields. Because here, the river divides everyone, and if things get bad, like over here on the, like in this village, you can swing your line down, kind of at an angle to protect yourself. Now, this does mean that most of our, like, gun line units, like our line infantry, are going to be on the left and in the center. The Grenadiers are on the right, and, well, they're not exactly built for shooting. They're built for charging. But we'll make it work. And I'm going to put my artillery over here on this hill so we have an angle to shoot at. Another trick that I've seen the AI use on this map is that they send their horses over here, and they try to come around the river, and they, like, go around this part of the river, and then they try to cross the river here, too, to get to your cannons. I'm not going to let that happen. All right. That just leaves the cavalry. So my plan is that cavalry are like an emergency force. They'll ride wherever they're needed. But mainly what I want to do... It's obvious they're going to overwhelm us. They did it last time with numbers, and they started swamping us from every direction. I'm basically going to slowly give ground and have, like, you know, have the 1st Brigade give ground and then swing down to join up with 2nd Brigade that's going to be dug in here. Basically, the longer their guys fight... and the less time my guys spend fighting, the better. They'll be exhausted, and it'll be easier for us to take advantage of them. We do, of course, have to be careful, because they do have a lot of artillery pieces. And that's one thing that does worry me. I do not have the cavalry to ride out, like, and, well, unless we demolish their cavalry, we're basically at the mercy of their artillery. Because I think they've got more range than we do. Well, some of them do. Some of them do. Well, actually, all of them do. I just checked. All of them do. Great. Well, we'll figure it out. Normally, you would send your cavalry to attack the cannons, but I've only got 2 units of cavalry, and they're there to fill gaps, basically. Like before, most of my punching power is going to be coming from my Grenadiers, who I need to protect. If they start getting blasted, then that kind of ruins our chances. have an idea what to do about it, though. All right. Now, I have no doubt that they're going to try, like, they'll cross the bridge and everything to get to us, but they're also going to just walk across the river. I don't have the manpower to cover the whole river, but I don't want to do that. Instead, I want them to try and cross and just get shot at for it. And then eventually, when we do have to break off and give them, give ground for them, we can deploy the 2nd Brigade over here. As for the Grenadiers, well, problem is if I go sending them charging across the water or the river, then, well, they're going to get picked apart. But yeah, if we keep them safe for now and just keep them in cover, that's what I want to do. Let the enemy come to me. Get our artillery up here first. And then those Fusiliers with their rifles. I want them right up here where they'll have maximum accuracy. Here we go. I think I'll send the Cuirassiers over here. Have them hide in the woods, just in case. Because these guys, 1st Brigade is not meant to win this fight. 1st Brigade is here just to slow them down and do damage. And kind of pin this left flank in place. All right, and the fight begins. As I thought, they're just throwing themselves across the river. I've set it slow motion so I can react. Are you guys idiots? Just charging across open ground. Okay. Fine, let's play that game. Ah, getting crazy already. Shit! We're charging the Fusiliers. Yep, here comes the cavalry across the river, as expected. Who broke? Ah, these guys. Damn it. Do not let them run. Get after. Not let them run. This is absolutely crazy. They're just throwing themselves at us, and I don't know why. Nothing is gained from just throwing themselves at us. Over here. Yeah, they're already crashing into the lines over here. I'm kind of surprised they haven't committed. Okay, well, yeah, these guys are breaking, of course. I don't know who these guys are. The Devon Grenadiers. Well, whoever they are, they've gotten really messed up, so... Just lost one of our cavalry units. These guys are insane. One thing I do wish this game would fix is that if, you know, I do wish we could form square, but we can't. And also, if you charge, like, I don't care if it works, like, against the player, too. I don't care. If they charge into, like, readied infantry with bayonets fixed, then no. Horses should be getting slaughtered. And the left flank is collapsed. As expected, it collapsed, so... Let's see if we can't control the center, at least. For fuck's sake, guys. Okay. Yeah, their morale's in shambles, but, like, they just don't die. Why is there a field artillery unit right here? Hello? Hello, Sentai VT. How you doing? Sorry, I can't really answer chat right now. I'm running around trying to handle this situation. Okay, our morale's better than theirs. It's probably because a lot of our units are still holding together while a lot of theirs are already running for the hills. Not all of them, but a good amount of them. Again with this crap? Get them. I don't know why they're moving their artillery across the river like idiots. Doesn't matter. Go get them. Alright, that drives off another cavalry unit. Okay, that would explain why their morale's going down so hard. Their artillery's just getting slaughtered. Let's keep holding them. Speaking of which, here comes a cavalry unit right now. You guys sure you want to try this? Okay. Yeah, that wasn't very smart. All right. Time to do what we do best. Heavy infantry to the front. Yeah, most of their guys are either exhausted or driven away. That might be why their morale's going down so hard, is that they're not... The last time we fought, they were just pushing us all over the place. Now we've dug in our heels and we're not going anywhere. And that's probably freaking them out. What's your favorite Godzilla movie? Oh gosh. Either Godzilla Zero or whatever the one that came out most recently was. And then there's also Shin Godzilla. But I blame Jobby the Hong for that one. Shin Godzilla is just really interesting to me. It also helps when one of my streamer friends is a huge Godzilla fan. Get him, boys. Yeah, that didn't work out, did it? Moron. Morons. Okay, we basically got him over here. Now we just need to crack this last unit over here. Need to crack that nut. So, let's move. Yeah, they're all tired. There is a unit coming from over here trying to flank us, but they're tired too. G-1. The sequel that's announced for these is called G-0. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, I heard about that. Hideki Anno wanted it to be super long. I heard about that. Hey, I mean, I don't blame him. If he's got a bunch of cool ideas for the movie and everything, it could be longer. But I mean, I don't know many people who are going to sit through a 6-hour movie. So again, the lifeguard fails me. And these guys are about to run out of ammunition. But we're shattering their unit, so it's fine. So much for your elite grenadier unit. Yeah, this grenadier unit's basically surrounded. And they're so hurt and tired, they're not reloading fast enough. Get them. Toho didn't agree with the ending he wanted. Yeah, I heard about that too. Okay, I think that does it though. That one wasn't nearly as bad as the first one, probably because we were a bit more prepared that time. But with that, I believe that's a Prussian campaign victory. Phew. Nice. There we go. That it? Yep, victorious. The Miracle of Brandenburg. Win the campaign as Prussia. Glory to the Kingdom of Prussia. See, the war concluded in Silesia, where the Habsburg monarchy was cast down in the decisive struggle in the Battle of Nieb. Yeah, I didn't lose any battles. There we go. Very nice. Now, so here's how this works for those who don't know. When you win a campaign, you unlock, as you play through the campaign, you will unlock different sub-factions or armies for each group, for each nation, basically. So I beat the British campaign on my own, so I've unlocked the Hanoverian Corps and then the subsidy troops. So now that we've won with the Prussians, we have, you know, the Cantonist levies, the Freikorps volunteers, and then the Old Corps. So yeah, you basically get to you can determine how exactly you're gonna like play your you know, how you're gonna play exactly. So next we have 4 factions left: the Habsburg monarchy, aka the Austrians, the Russians, the Russian Empire, the Kingdom of France, and and then the Holy Roman Empire. Which, this is a free DLC for the game. So, to that end, I am going to let you guys choose. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to open up a vote. And I'm going to let you guys pick on who you want to see, basically. So give me a sec to get this poll set up. Let's see. One moment. All right, I'm going to have this open for 5 minutes. So, there you go. Poll is now open. So, you guys get to pick what faction we play next. Again, we have the Austrians, the Russians, the French, and the Holy Roman Empire. So, y'all choose. If you are here, lurking or otherwise, feel free to vote. I don't care if you're lurking or not, just feel free. And that goes for the people on YouTube as well. Hop on over to Twitch and cast your vote, too, if anyone's listening. But yeah, y'all vote. We get 5 minutes. Again, if you don't vote, then, I mean, well, then I guess, well, you don't have to. But if you don't vote, then you don't really get a say in what happens. But yeah, we have 4 other factions to pick from. So, right now, it looks like the French are winning with 3 votes. So if you're listening or, you know, lurking or anything else, come pick. For those who don't know, the Austrians have the best cannons in the game and are very flexible. The Russians have vast numbers and excellent morale. The French get the ability to expand rapidly, like they can field more armies than most, and also have the best heavy cavalry. And the Holy Roman Empire is has their broad options, so they have plenty to pick from. And they also have the muster stance, which basically allows them to recruit, just set up somewhere and recruit more soldiers, basically. So, what will it be? We've got some time left. Always educating and see how you play a faction and the tactics. Well, yeah, I'm glad. Hey, I'm glad you enjoy it. Anything I can do to help you guys out. So yeah, for example, with the if we pick the Austrians, we'll be having the Crownland Corps, which gives us the best, gives us artillery accuracy and gives us really good cannons. If we play as the Russians, we'll get the Merit War, so our casualties are restored sooner. We play as the French, we get the Assault en Masse, which allows us infantry melee is 1.5% per regiment in your army. And then finally, we have the HRE, which gives us combat effectiveness 0.5% per unique regiment in your army, which I think is actually a pretty interesting way of doing things. But again, y'all are the ones voting. Holy Roman Empire. Yes, the Holy Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire is basically a patchwork of various Germanic and just Germanic people. Think of it like, so example, things like Hessians, Saxons, stuff like that. This would eventually become Germany. Prussia is part of the Holy Roman Empire, for example. Well, it was. But yeah, the Holy Roman Empire. But yeah, it's in fact, it's actually because of the Holy Roman Empire that this war breaks out in the first place. Anyway, we are down to our last, I think we're more than halfway down with the time. So France is currently winning with 4 votes, and the HRE has 1 vote. So I know there's more than 5 people in here. I know some of y'all are lurking, or some of y'all just have me on mute, but there's way more than 5 people in here. I think we got there's 18 people in here. Come on now. If y'all don't want to vote, that's fine, but I know y'all are in here. It's just click the which faction do we play next and just pick. Don't matter to me. I'll play any of them. But that's on y'all to decide. So we're down to, I can't really see what time we're at. But yeah, so far right now, the French are winning. So we might be playing as the French, which will give us access to the Lower Rhine army. Now, the French, here's the tricky part about the French. They can expand their armies rapidly, and they have the best heavy cavalry. But, problem is that they have really bad logistics, which means their supplies are really poor. And, well, there's other problems, too. They're disorganized as well. So it's a little bit harder to pull them all together. But, like it says, if their spirit holds, French armies can deliver devastating blows on the battlefield. And remember, this is the France of, before the American Revolution. This is not Napoleon's France. Not yet. This is them in all their white uniforms. All right, I think it's safe to call it here now. I don't think anyone else is going to vote. So we're just going to call it here then. Where's my thing? Yep. All right, France it is then. Only 4 people voted, so France it shall be. We will be playing as the French. France can expand rapidly with renowned heavy cavalry, excelling in sweeping, overwhelming assaults. Yet their lower ranks are disorganized, and the strain of supplying so many men is worsened by poor logistics as corruption and lavish spending drain resources. When their spirit holds, however, French armies can deliver devastating blows on the battlefield. So yeah, resources cost more, but brigades cost way less. Right? So yeah, that's how it works there. And also we have the Lower Rhine Army. The French army of the Lower Rhine is the core instrument of the French monarchy in the 7 Years' War as the French launched repeated offensives to defeat the Anglo-Prussian alliance. The size and population of France enable large contributions of manpower to this force. Throughout the 18th century, French military theorists debate the ideas of Chevalier Fourlard, who argues that the column attack with cold steel are ideally suited to the character of the French nation. Also, we have an ad going, so I will be back in a moment. See you guys in a bit. All right, I'm back. Hello. So, we're going to go ahead and get started. Probably not going to play for long because I'm almost at the end of my stream. And besides, we just got done doing a big Prussian campaign, so we don't want to get too far into this one yet. But the people have spoken, so we will play as Franche. Let's see, morale. We can play on Colonel now. I played the last one Major. Let's play on Colonel. All right. Victor Francois de Broglie. And we have Provincial Cavalry, some Irish Fusiliers, and some Royal Recruits, who I'm guessing we just grabbed off the street. Because they are, what? Oh, yeah, I'm guessing we grabbed them off the street, because they, yeah, wow. All right. So what do we do first? Protect central France from the British. Reinforce the Rhineland against the Prussians. Or reinforce Flanders against the British. Logistics is going to be one of our... Disorganized and logistics are our big weaknesses. So, Grenadiers, some Gentlemanly Cavalry. Honestly, the Gentlemanly Cavalry would be great, but... What do you mean figuring it out, Wolf Gaming? This would come in handy. Prisoner conscription effectiveness, 60%. Morale goes down by 5%. I mean, big deal. But then again... You know what? No, let's go with this one. Reinforce... Oh, God, wait, the outpost? Nah, never mind. Outposts are not worth doing. Outposts just take and take and take from you. They don't give you anything in return. Gain 50% veterancy and drilling stance. Can I get a reroll? Let's see. French field artillery, saboteurs, German grenadiers, salary reduction, gentlemanly cavalry, baggage trains. Baggage trains. That might come in handy, actually. That would be very good. Protect Central France, invade Hanover, protect the Rhineland. No, protect Central France. We'll do that. There we go. Baggage trains means we'll be able to have, we'll burn through our ammo less quickly, which means we can field more cannons. God, what a sham. Look at this. All right. Capture the provisions. We need the ammunition. Good grief. Alright. Provincial cavalry, recruits. Okay. So we are fighting the British. So here's the thing about the British. At least in this game. The British have the most disciplined soldiers. Like, you could kick the crap out of them, and they'll keep fighting, and their accuracy is second to none. They are the most accurate shooters out there. So, now granted, the trade-off to that is that their muskets have shorter range, so you can actually engage them farther away than they can hit you. But, like, that matters. Like, their accuracy is devastating. If they get a shot off, or they get a full volley of a line, yeah, good luck. Put your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye. It's going to be bad. right, Fusiliers on the left, and then our cavalry also on the left, just in case. All right. Let's get up there and take advantage of that hill, shall we? Now, again, their cavalry is massive. They got 900 strength in this cavalry unit. So much the better. Now, subsidy recruits from England. Subsidy units are basically, you know, units called up from other parts of the empire. So it might be, you know, they might be from, you know, they could be German or like, sorry, Hessian, Saxon. They could be stuff like that. Hanoverian. These are not, you know, prime British recruits. They don't wear the red. They wear the blue. It's different if they're wearing red. If they're wearing red coats, that means they've been through British training. And, oh boy. British training, let me tell you guys. British training during this time period, yeah, was brutal. They wanted discipline from their men, and they got it. It's one of the reasons why the British Army was so damn terrifying during this time period, because they were just that scary. Our advantage is in cavalry, so we're just gonna let them. We're gonna lure them to us. I'm glad you're having a good time, Wolfgang. It means a lot. Again, I'm here for you guys. It means a lot when I get to educate or have fun with you guys. Alright, looks like they've spotted my cavalry. That's fine. You guys can just keep following it. Oh, you're sending your own after me. Okay, that's ill-advised, but alright. Sure, why not? And now the cavalry just fights it out. Meanwhile, their infantry's getting shot full of holes. Don't let them get away. Chase them. Now, these are just recruits. Their accuracy is garbage. So... yeah, like, these royal recruits I got are garbage. But... you know... they're not meant to win the fight. They're not trained. You're not... you know, they're not ready for a real fight yet. This guy's running to okay. Yeah, they're actually running to chase me. My guys are just trotting along. Stamina's doing good. Meanwhile, these guys are running. They're going to burn themselves out at this rate. Fine, if they want to run... Oh, now they're walking. I'm about to say they're going to burn themselves out. All right, turn around and get them. Or they can set up. Psych! Oh, never mind. Yeah, these are just recruits, so... There we go. Done. Easy. Well, that takes care of that. We'll take the ammunition for sure. Because I'm pretty sure most of my royal recruits just shot away most of my ammo. And we didn't really lose a lot of guys, so no, just, yeah, ransom them back. Yeah, we didn't lose that many. Easy. All right. And I think that's where we're going to call it for now. Let's see. There. And we will be back next time to continue our French escapades. You guys voted for France, and we shall continue to march for France. But for now, that's going to do it. So I hope you all had a great time today. You know, we are going to go raid someone. So give me a minute. Let me find us someone to raid. Let's see. Why am I bald?
Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived.
There we go. Press the wrong button. Let's see. Who can we go say hi to today? Give me a second. Who is available? So I'm looking through some of my friends or other people I know. See who you know what? It's been a while. Let's go say hi to Vashtar. Vash is cool. So we're gonna go say hi to them. Don't leave yet. I know you guys want to leave, but hang tight for a second. It's always good to show support. All right, let's go say hi to Vastar. And y'all can say hi to Rugal, too, and all the others. All right. As always, it's been a privilege and a pleasure to entertain all of you. I hope you had a wonderful time. I've been Zaruk Windcaller, and remember, the memories we make in life, good and bad, make us who we are. Don't trade them for anything. Love you guys. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.